His death marked the end of Athenian democracy and the rise of oligarchic rule, which some believe Skull and Bones adopted to symbolize a new demise of democracy and the rise of something perhaps more controlled. Others suggest it references Genesis 3:22, in which God states, "The man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever." These are just two theories, though, and the true meaning, again, remains one of the Order's many closely guarded secrets. This concentration of influence has obviously fueled conspiracy theories, with claims that Skull and Bones has a level of control over the US government or the CIA, with others insisting that it's a branch of the Illuminati orchestrating a New World Order.
Oh,
really sure
right. Let's get into this.
Believe, but again, the concentration of influence is very weird. Then again, maybe it has something to do with nepotism, but who knows? Either way, nothing really illustrates the society's grip on American power like the 2004...
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That packed... there's a kick and a block mass. Lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulder for that.
Scores the wins. What a great team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black.
The conspiracy theorists are going to go, I haven't seen the number 322. First of all, he's not the nominee. And, but I would take the frivolous.
Kerry was equally silent when questioned, with many saying he looked visibly uncomfortable during the interview.
You both were members of Skull and Bones, a secret society of Yale.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and block mass. Lights out. The lights are out for Sikoa. Going to the pin for the win.
Big time win in this tag team match. It's hooked in deep.
Clearly, there's...
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black. Bray Wyatt
is even capable of letting out without consequence. Kerry's campaign spokesperson told reporters, "Kerry has nothing to say about that subject. Sorry." The society owns a 40-acre private island where they apparently all go to network and maintain the relationships that they made while in college and in the society at large. Many argue that this, at the very least, results in institutionalized cronyism.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and block mass. Lights out. That's got to be the end right there. For the win.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners.
Contractors, especially during the Cold War. They supplied the British Ministry of Defense with advanced radar systems, electronic warfare equipment, aviation electronics, underwater weaponry, and secure communications tech. Between 1982 and 1990, at least 25 British scientists and engineers working on some of the most classified defense projects of the Cold War died under a wave of...
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack... there's a kick and block mass. Lights out.
Feeling like it's over for Sikoa. Oh, color. Hoping to end this. Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. The team
either from foreign entities or from within, perhaps to prevent them from revealing or accidentally leaking secrets regarding defense programs. Some have speculated that the deaths are linked to the employees' involvement in defense collaborations between the United States and the United Kingdom during the 1980s, as GEC Marconi developed technologies like radar, avionics, and command systems that could have supported the United States'
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick
It's hooked in deep.
The information here.
Here are your winners. The team
comments, because honestly, I'm not really sure what to think. The first death in this string was that of Dr. Keith Bowden, a 46-year-old computer scientist and contractor for GEC Marconi, who specialized in supercomputers and aircraft control systems. After a social event in March of 1982, his car plunged off a bridge into an abandoned rail yard, killing him instantly.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold. There's a kick and black mass. Lights out. Checkmate. It's over. With the cover. This might be it.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team
Mysterious deaths. By 1985, the deaths escalated. Roger Hill, a 49-year-old radar designer at Marconi, was found dead from a shotgun blast at his home. It was reported that this was by his own hand. That November, Jonathan Wash, a 29-year-old digital communications expert who had worked at GEC and a secret research center for British Telecom, drowned after reportedly falling from a hotel window.
Is this all just coincidence? Or has international...
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
Did just put an end to this. It looks like he can get it done here. And it's over. Big tag team win there.
A city with which he had no known
Here are your winners. The team
feet from the Clifton Suspension Bridge. His body was found with his trousers around his ankles and a small puncture wound on his left thigh.
Well, that
Police
was
stopped his
shit.
cremation while it was in the middle of being conducted to continue with a deeper investigation, specifically into this mark, but it remains unexplained to this day. The Bristol coroner returned an open verdict, unable to determine whether it was
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and black mass. Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close. Yeah, Jordan. Could this be it?
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. The team
separated in his car, potentially using a metal object to jam the pedal down. Authorities concluded that this had also occurred by his own hand. He left a taped farewell message, but strangely, family members who listened to the recording described that it contained absolutely zero indication of depression and no justification or reasoning, especially since he was in the process of planning his marriage to his fiancée.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold. There's a kick and black mass. Lights out. Does that close it out for Clark? Yank right off the eighth. The cover. Got the shoulder at the last possible moment.
How in the world? That could put Tama down for good. Oh!
The verdict amounted to a bedroom.
And Alistair got turned around there.
So, both sides with an answer to every piece of offense.
IT specialist working on space mission simulations.
Alistair had that well scouted.
Shortly after a tense work trip to the United States.
Setting it up. Big front buster. Immediate cover after the impact. There's two.
And they score the win. What a tag match.
That took a bit longer than it should have.
They don't win. And
Here are your winners.
I think something is
The team.
I'm worried they might come for me. He began obsessively checking locks multiple times and pulling curtains closed the moment it began to get dark outside. According to her, he refused to discuss even the most general details of the trip, which was out of character for him. Jane and her mother directly attributed this sudden onset of paranoia and dread to whatever had occurred during that American visit. Following a
The
suspicious
Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out. He goes for the pin.
Could this be it? Wow, got it. Big time tag team win. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team
The
up.
engineer David Skeels also died from carbon monoxide poisoning in his car. Marconi space and defense engineer Victor Moore from a drug overdose after leaving a high-profile project. Peter People, a 46-year-old Ministry of Defense scientist at the Royal Military College of Science, also died that month. His classified research on electronic surveillance and underwater systems directly supported GEC Marconi's defense contracts.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out.
Deep black. Just put an end to this.
Yeah, going to the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
People was discovered lying on his
Here are your
back
winners.
beneath the vehicle,
The
with
team
his
up.
mouth and nose positioned directly in line with the exhaust pipe. Forensic experts and investigators later described this position as being physically impossible for a conscious person to achieve alone. As a result, the ruling behind his death was left as open. The following month, in March, David Sands, an engineer at ESAMS, a subsidiary of GEC...
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. That's one hell of an exclamation mark. And Wyatt falls to a count. And now with the cover.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Again, apparently this was all done by his own hand.
Here are your winners. The team up.
John Whiteman was a British scientist and systems analyst employed by GEC Marconi, where he contributed to classified defense projects involving torpedo guidance and submarine detection technologies during the Cold War. He was found having drowned in his bathtub surrounded by pill bottles, but autopsy reports revealed that none of these substances were in his system. He hadn't ingested any of the pills or even had any alcohol.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold. There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. Will that be it? Will that be enough? Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
No, the referee catches a misfire.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out.
And that can vanquish Tom. Working the midsection there.
And how exactly do you put your ego aside? Bloodbath. Lights out. Does that close it out for Black?
Is that all she wrote for Tom alone?
Two.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match.
Sunday of gardening and driving his bike Mary to her part-time
Here are your winners.
Beckham was found electrocuted in his locked garden shed in Portsmouth, England, with bare electrical wires wrapped around his chest connected to a live mains outlet. A handkerchief was stuffed in his mouth as a gag, and no side note was present, leading to yet another open verdict from the coroner, who could not definitively rule it as accident or, again, something else. Most
The
peculiar
Bloodline
about
looks
this
as menacing as
incident in
ever as they
particular
prepare to
was the fact
establish their
that
dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the Bloodline only has one motive. Total destruction.
There's a kick and bloodbath.
Lights out. Did Black just put an end to this?
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Scores the win. What a great team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your
case I'm
winners.
going to discuss here,
The team up.
picture by now, is that of Avtar Singh Gita. His case is a bit different from the others because he didn't actually die. He had been working on Ministry of Defense-funded underwater acoustic projects that supported GEC Marconi's submarine detection and torpedo technology. On the 8th of January 1987, he seemingly vanished into thin air while conducting routine tests at Four-Mark Reservoir, leaving his car and belongings behind.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
there's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down. Here's the pin attack. Got it. What a tag match we just saw. It's hooked in deep.
here are your winners. The team
memories and resumed normal life, but the complete blank for those 5 months and the peculiar timing of this occurring during the Marconi deaths has never been explained. Many have speculated that he was abducted, interrogated, or experimented on. So, yeah, this is an absolute rabbit hole of a case. There are still other incidents I didn't even cover in relation to this, simply due
ice
to
in their
time
veins.
constraints,
That's perhaps
but
the
these are
only way to
strangest
describe this
ones.
version of the bloodline. Cold blood.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out. Fins it up. Good counter. Oh. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down. Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. The team
Maybe the United States government or the CIA due to the employees' connections to Star Wars or Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative. But they have been assassinated by the KGB in an attempt to sabotage SDI's space-based missile defense system from thwarting Soviet attacks. Something like 6 to 10 of these scientists who died in this string of deaths seem to have potentially had connections to the United States Strategic Defense Initiative, though due to the nature of
ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here.
What
What a counter by.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Business here is all but over.
This could be it.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team
Suchir Balaji. Suchir Balaji was a 26-year-old Indian-American researcher who had made significant contributions to artificial intelligence technology at OpenAI. He was born in Florida and was raised in Cupertino, California, growing up as something of a child prodigy when it came to programming. He graduated from UC Berkeley with a computer science degree in 2021.
I will get a little bit ahead,
The bell rings. The
guys,
bloodline will
and
surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
just because I'm having a couple of days.
Does that close it out for Black? Yes, more shoulders down. This might do it. And that's it. Scores the win for the team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team
But I ain't gonna grind my ass off either. I'm just gonna
and his own morals.
do sort of enough to
He
get
quit, citing ethical concerns about how AI was being developed, and even told friends he
enough for
believed
$20,
would harm
and
humanity
then
if it continued in the correct direction. He began plans to start a nonprofit focused on machine learning and neuroscience, shifting his focus into the ways technology could be applied in a clearer, more positive direction. Just 2 months after his departure,
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. That's a game ender, gentlemen. It could be all over here. Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
here are your winners. The team
Compensation to the original creators, the humans behind the actual information that was feeding into the models. He explains in depth how this process works and why it doesn't qualify as fair use under the law, a legal defense which OpenAI relies on. Balaji warned that their practice of training AI models on human-made work with the explicit goal of emulating and creating artificial copies of said work could kill the open internet by
The
destroying
bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Colby. There's a kick. Lights out. The lights are out for Sikoa.
Going for the cover. Shoulder for that.
They are really holding off on the fucking 12 edge as well. It's just one.
Here are your winners. The team
Fuel to a growing fire of legal challenges that were set to cost the company billions. Take a wild guess what happens next. Balaji
Well,
was
here's
found
my thought. I'm
dead
sorry,
in his
but
San
by the time
Francisco
you get
apartment on the 26th of November, 2024. An apparent
Gray's not a good one, but let's have a look at Shaw.
a single gunshot wound to the head. The gun was, in fact, his own.
They should all be gold
just earlier that
or
year.
level 3.
The apartment's door was dead-bolted from the
Level
inside,
2 and level
with no
1
signs
should
of
not be
entry.
existing, especially once you
Toxicology tests revealed high blood alcohol levels,
Galaxy
along with
open.
amphetamines and high levels of GHB,
But
a depressant
2K
substance
doing
called the
2K
drug.
thing.
Authorities noted he had recently searched online for brain anatomy information, and they found no evidence of foul play. Friends and colleagues would state after this.
And I don't
that
think
Balaji
any of
had
us are
seen
The
really
Bloodline looks as menacing as
surprised.
ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the Bloodline only has one motive. Total destruction. Doesn't matter who you are, you win.
There's a kick. It's mass.
Lights out. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulder for that.
And it's over. Big tag team win there. Here are your winners. The team
that would have been difficult or physically impossible for Balaji to have inflicted on himself. It doesn't seem that this secondary autopsy has been released by his parents, so I'm not going to speculate on that particular piece any further. What's actually been confirmed, however, is already strange enough to warrant suspicion, like the fact that blood was found in multiple rooms. Kind of strange for a scene where somebody shot themselves in the head.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole. There's a kick and blood mass.
lights out. Feeling like it's over for Sikoa.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulder for that.
Scores the win. What a great team. It's hooked in deep. Here are your winners.
Seems to have been picked up normally, but was left unfinished in the apartment as if he had been interrupted. Surveillance cameras in the garage and one in the elevator were inexplicably offline, with wires either cut or disconnected. His final sighting shows him appearing relaxed as he strolls to the door to collect his final meal. But when he gets into the elevator to go up to his 4th floor apartment, the footage stops as the camera inside was...
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here in WWE.
Come on, Cole. That's what the Bloodline is all about.
There's a kick. It's blood mass.
Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
Way off the apron. Going for the cover. Solo shoulder for that.
How does anyone kick out at this point?
His family and the investigative...
Spinning back elbow caught him.
Bray Wyatt locks in the claw. This is agonizing.
There's a kick and blood mass.
Lights out. Goodbye and good night.
He made the save just in time.
Goodness gracious.
I don't like where this is going.
Yeah, Cole, this has the possibility to completely unravel here.
Injuries...
Simple but effective leg drop. There's a kick and blood mass. He's got it down. Here we go.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match. Here are your winners. The team of the Black, Bray Wyatt, and
exacerbated by alcohol and substance abuse. However, others believe it was murder orchestrated to silence a key witness whose testimony could devastate one of the largest American AI companies in court. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman has called the death a great tragedy, but insists it's suicide, offering to speak with the family who declined. He denies any involvement.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and lights out.
Feeling like it's over for Sokola. The cover. It's in. And they score the win. What a tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners.
The team up.
Past these several different times every day. So what are they? These are automated license plate readers, or ALPRs. And yeah, I'm sure now that I brought them to your attention, you're like, oh yeah, I've seen those a lot. Well, you're about to start noticing them even more. These high-speed camera systems use optical character recognition to automatically capture every license plate, logging the exact date, time, and location they were detected. And in case it hasn't already been made clear, this is a way of tracking you, physically. Would we throw a fit if these cameras were tracking us with facial recognition? Probably. And why? Because they'd know exactly where you are all the time, right? Well, what's the difference with this system, really? If one of these cameras scans your license plate and sends that information to a database, you've effectively been tracked. Your position plotted with a date, time, location, and maybe if they're feeling a little extra, even your speed, so they can send you an automated fine for driving a few miles per hour over the speed limit. ALPR technology has been integrated into society at large so slowly, so quietly, that we've all just kind of gone along with it without really thinking too much about it. We've all noticed the toll booths go empty before they were replaced by state-run ALPRs. But maybe we should have spoken up about this. Maybe it's too late to do anything. ALPRs typically send vast amounts of information to be stored indefinitely in massive databases. As a result of their widespread dispersal, essentially anyone with a car has already been tracked by this technology. Whether it's from those automated tolling cameras, or cameras mounted on streetlights, or cameras on highway overpasses, or police vehicles. If you live in a region with any significant population, your habits are already at least partially mapped in a database like this. One company leading the charge right now in this industry is Flock Safety, and they now perform over 20 billion scans of vehicles in the United States every single month. It's happening right now in thousands of communities across the country, often without residents even knowing these systems exist, let alone that they've been put in place. They just look like any old security camera. They fade into the background. Flock Safety has created the first nationwide mass surveillance system out of its customers' cameras, working with police departments, neighborhood associations, and private property owners. Legacy traffic cameras were set up to only activate when you run a red light, but these devices are different. They photograph every single vehicle that passes by, and through their integration of artificial intelligence in analyzing this data down to the scale of each and every individual, yeah, it gets scary. The system can identify a vehicle's make, model, color, and other distinguishing attributes like bumper stickers, mismatched body panels, and even dents. This vehicle fingerprint technology means that even if you swap plates or borrow a friend's car, the system can still track you through visual characteristics alone. Flock's stated goal is to expand to every city in the United States, and its cameras are already operational in over 5,000 communities across 49 states. Flock runs all plates against state police watch lists and the FBI's primary criminal database, the National Crime Information Center. The Digital Recognition Network, or DRN, a subsidiary of Motorola, provides its customers, typically those working in repossession, insurance, lending, or even private investigators, with real-time alerts and location data on whichever vehicle or license plate they're trying to track. This platform is almost more insidious than government surveillance because it's privately owned and operates entirely outside constitutional restraints. DRN has built its database by outsourcing the collection of information to over 600 repo men who drive around in unmarked cars with 4 camera kits that cost $15,000 each, scanning every license plate they pass. These affiliates are paid monthly bonuses for gathering data, creating a financial incentive to collect as much information as possible. DRN's system allows customers to look up a license plate in their system, and for just a little more money, they can even set up a live alert that sends an email notification every time that vehicle is spotted on one of the cameras in their network. It creates easy-to-read maps plotting every location where the vehicle was spotted. When reporters tested the system with a consenting subject, they found dozens of sightings spanning years, including photos of the car parked outside the owner's house and tracked across state lines during family visits. I'm sure it's not hard to see why this is absolutely fucking terrifying. As a result, a California class action lawsuit filed in 2021 describes DRN's business as an unchecked operation monitoring millions of ordinary citizens who are not the subjects of any criminal investigation. The lead plaintiff's vehicle was captured over 70 times, allowing DRN to create a complete timeline of his movements and gain access to his work and home addresses, which was then added to a marketing database available for sale without his awareness. The lawsuit currently involves approximately 23 million California vehicles, and with state law mandating a $2,500 minimum payout per victim, potential damages are well into the billions.
Sorry guys, just had to reply to
Company
some
executives
stuff
have
on
even admitted that
Facebook.
unauthorized users have gained access to the system. Meanwhile, Customs and Border Protection agents have purchased access to DRN's database, and the system is also used
Like
by
I said, I'm
ICE
not
and
bright
other
and
federal
hardcore,
Ice in their
it's
agencies.
veins, that's
funny,
perhaps
but
the only way to
so
describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here in WWE. Come on. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Black Mile brought this to a close. Now close to the pin. The end could be near.
Graves having fun. Of course he does.
From block safety and from other ALPRs can easily be plugged into platforms like Palantir, and this has been done in the past, primarily by law enforcement agencies. Flock has also been financially backed by Palantir's billionaire founder, Peter Thiel, which is not too much of a shocker. It's really interesting to me how, as we go farther down this iceberg, it seems like more and more of the dots start to connect, and we see kind of the same names popping up over and over and over again.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. That could put Solo down for good. And here's the cover. Could be it. Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Environmental genetic alteration agents are engineered infectious agents, specifically genetically modified plant viruses, which are designed to perform automatic gene editing functions once they have been intentionally released into natural environments. The goal of them is to infect and therefore alter the genetic material of their target organisms. The word horizontal refers to their ability to spread from organism to organism through the infections, rather than by passing genetically through generations,
You should be able to,
which takes a much longer time to spread through a population. The technological framework for these HEGAAs
have some fun with this,
directly
of
from
course,
the
with
Defense
a
Advanced
little bit
Research
ahead
Projects
and
Agency, better known as DARPA, in late 2016 through a program
Actually,
called
guys, can
Insect
he
Allies.
all popped up and
The
this
bloodline looks as
so
menacing as ever as they prepare to
not
establish
that
their dominance
one.
once again. And there's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. That has to be it right
The
there.
volume for the magic button.
Scores the win. What a great team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are
So
your winners.
curious.
The team up.
Insects, which means insects naturally spread viral agents from plant to plant. The Insect Allies program has proposed exploiting this fact by genetically modifying both the plant virus and the carrier insects to benefit agriculture. In other words, the insects can be engineered to better deliver the virus on wider scales, and the plants can receive the genetic edits to their chromosomes, which will take effect within a single growing season.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole, there's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. Deep left. Just put end to this. And top of the reverses. Going for the cover. Solo. Shoulders are down.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Controversy has also emerged regarding the technology's potential for use.
Here are your winners. The team up. Alistair Black, Bray Wyatt, and
the agency running this whole program is defense. DARPA's entire purpose is to develop defense technology for the U.S. military. In October 2018, researchers from the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Biology, the University of Freiburg, and the University of Montpellier published a devastating critique in Science magazine, arguing that while peaceful agricultural justifications do exist, the Insect Allies program...
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. Put a bow on it. This one's wrapped up. Going to the go. Solo. Shoulders are down.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
To a breach of the 1972 Biological Weapons Convention, if the knowledge developed becomes weaponized to deliberately damage other nations' food supplies through the creation of crop-destroying edits rather than crop-protecting gene edits. It would be even worse, potentially world-ending, if it were to be reverse-engineered to spread gene-editing viruses to humans, which is one of the scariest things I've ever heard of.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole, there's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. Does that close it out for Black? Shoulders are down.
Is this the
And
end?
prize point.
And it's over. Big tag team win there.
Assurances about transient expression, which means
Here are your winners.
affecting the plant's genomes. This raised some eyebrows about the program's true intentions, full scope, and the actual implications if something like this were to actually be executed into the wild. Jonathan Pollard.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out.
Feeling like it's over for Sokoa.
Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
Big time win in this tag team match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up. Alistair Black.
Or NCIS. From June 1984 until his arrest in November 1985, he engaged in espionage for Israel. What makes this case particularly disturbing is just how much classified material he managed to steal in such a short time frame. He worked at the Navy Field Operational Intelligence Office in Maryland, where he held a high-level security clearance that gave him access to some of the most sensitive intelligence in the entire United States government.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That there's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. That's going to keep Sokoa down. Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners.
The team up.
When Pollard encountered an Israeli Air Force colonel named Aviam Sella in the U.S. Beneath his military record, Sella was also an intelligence operative. During their initial social conversations, Pollard revealed that he worked for U.S. naval intelligence and complained that America was withholding intelligence from Israel, a supposedly close ally. He volunteered his services as an informant to Israel, and after their
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and lights out. And Alistair just turned the lights out. Yeah, he's on the 3 count here. And that's it. Scores the win for the team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners.
The team up. To obtain. Pollard then began to steal classified documents from the Navy and various intelligence agencies and deliver them to Israeli handlers at apartments in the Washington area nearby the Israeli embassy. Something like 2 to 4 times a month, suitcase after suitcase of documents would be transferred to Israeli intelligence operatives. This continued for something like 18 months. After comparing a variety of sources, it seems that Pollard stole approximately 1 million pages of classified U.S. intelligence
Ice in their
documents.
veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold blood.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. The lights are out for Sakota.
And that holds Hogan back. Boom! Face first. Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
And it's over. Big tag team win there.
That showed a complete lack of respect for your competition and for our sport. The team up.
For the NSA's 10-volume radio and signal intelligence manual, which was an all-in-one guide on how the U.S. gathered and analyzed intercepted communications. It was essentially the instructions for America's entire global eavesdropping network. It detailed which countries, frequencies, satellites, and signal types the NSA monitored, how intercepts were processed, and what decoding methods were used. It revealed where U.S. listening
The
posts
Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Now that's how you put the nail in the coffin. He might have it here. Is this it? Scores the win. What a great team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
its entirety.
My faction
This
is
cost the U.S.
especially.
billions in taxpayer dollars and rendered massive intelligence architectures completely obsolete. For all of this, Israeli handlers paid Pollard approximately $50,000 in cash and promised an additional $300,000 over a 10-year period. In other words, he sold out the security of his home country, the United States, for money. By November of 1985, U.S. naval intelligence investigators and the FBI had already been tracking Pollard for weeks. In October, he was seen carrying a large bundle from his office to his wife's car, and when this was combined with other reports from coworkers claiming they had seen him removing classified documents that he had no reason to access, he was placed
I'll
under
just show
surveillance.
you all I have done.
On the morning of the 21st of November, Pollard
Hold
and his
the line
wife
for me.
Ann absolutely lost it when they noticed surveillance teams following them. They floored it, driving all the way to the Israeli embassy, where he attempted to seek asylum under Israel's law of return. This law was designed to allow Jewish people from anywhere in the world the right to immigrate to Israel, but that law didn't work in the way Pollard had hoped it did. Pollard and his wife ran inside, but Israeli security personnel were already prepared to deny any and all involvement in Pollard's espionage, claiming it was an unauthorized rogue operation. If Israel allowed him asylum, especially with the FBI on his tail right outside the embassy walls, it would have instantly confirmed
And we've
Israeli
got
complicity
nothing
in the
up coming.
operation, and it would have triggered a major diplomatic disaster with the United States, who they depend on for survival. Furthermore, as it turns out, Rafayatan and Lakem were already in hot water with Israeli higher-ups, and Prime Minister Shimon Peres and Defense Minister Yitzhak Rabin were absolutely
Ice in their veins,
furious
that's perhaps the only way to describe this
entire
version of the
operation
bloodline.
Pollard
Cold-blooded,
had been brought
remorseless, and
down.
willing to do anything to stake their claim here.
Seating Pollard at that point would have been admitting official
He
guilt.
counters with a great
Something they
reversal.
were absolutely
We're seeing one response after another. Neither superstar gaining a football. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
They might be able to put this one away right here.
And Bray goes 1-1-2. Here she goes.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
In March 1987,
Here are your winners.
Judge Aubrey
The team
pronounced exactly that sentence, making Pollard the only American ever sentenced to life imprisonment for spying on behalf of an allied nation. Later investigations into his background revealed a particular fanaticism for Israel. He's gone on record stating that he grew up with a, quote, racial obligation to support the state of Israel. While in college, several people who knew him even say he boasted about how he was a dual citizen of the United States and Israel.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack
to be
mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole. Alistair had that. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Did block. Just put an
And of
end to
course,
this.
Bray.
This could do it for the win.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
Yep. One of those.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black, Bray Wyatt, and
under which he was sent to face lifetime supervision. This meant he couldn't leave the U.S. without permission and faced ongoing restrictions. Then, on November 20th of 2020, about 2 months before Trump left office, the U.S. Parole Commission terminated Pollard's parole early, lifting all restrictions and freeing him to travel abroad. This cleared the way for him to finally immigrate to Israel. He received
Ice in their
Israeli
veins, that's
citizenship
perhaps the only
before
way to
moving
describe
to
this
the
version of the
country on
bloodline.
December 30th.
Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their
Israeli
claim here.
leaders, including Prime Minister Benjamin
Black one
ended
step
as a
ahead.
historic
Finds some payback with their own reversal.
and it was widely viewed as a final pro-Israel
He
gesture.
quickly gets out of dodge. Bang! What a knee!
There are a lot of combinations in a six-man tag match. What's your best course of action here?
You have to know everyone's... there's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close.
Going for the win.
And they score the win. What a tag match. It's hooked in deep. Here are your winners. The team
Jonathan Pollard. Well, apparently Donald Trump actually pardoned him on the morning of his final day as president during his first term, like literally hours before Joe Biden was sworn in. So this was one of his final acts as president. It's stuff like this that makes me lose my faith in the entire two-party system establishment that we're kind of stuck with right now. Like, why is any president, Democrat or Republican, pardoning accomplices in foreign espionage?
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick. It's blood mass. Lights out. That could put Solo down for good.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
Big time win in this tag team match. It's hooked in deep.
Pegasus
Here are your
eyewear.
winners. The team of
Pegasus is one of the most sophisticated military-grade surveillance weapons ever created, and it could literally be sitting inside your phone right now. There's literally no way for you to find out. Pegasus is essentially a piece of malware designed to exploit vulnerabilities in mobile operating systems, primarily iOS and Android, allowing for remote installation and control. Once installed, it can read your text messages, listen in on your phone calls, track your location, steal your passwords, read your emails, turn on your microphones and cameras, and even siphon information from third-party messaging apps like WhatsApp or Telegram. It's so advanced and so unavoidable that it's evolved to utilize zero-click exploits meaning you literally don't have to do anything for it to be installed. You don't even have to open an infected email or click a link. It can infect your phone through a missed call, an invisible message that doesn't even pop up in your messaging app, or even through network injections via rogue cell towers. It was created by the Israeli cyber intelligence firm NSO Group. I swear I didn't know it was Israeli until I started looking into it for this video, but I can't say I'm surprised. The firm was founded by Niv Karmi, Shaliv Julio, and Omri Levi in 2010. Julio and Levi initially created technology that allowed tech support workers to remotely access customers' phones with permission. But when a European intelligence agency showed interest in what they had created, they realized they could develop something far more powerful. A tool that could infiltrate phones without user authorization. They brought on Karmi, a former Mossad and military intelligence operative, to help market this invisible weapon to governments worldwide. Some reports theorize that Shaliv and Omri also had intelligence ties, but it's difficult to say, though all three at least have some connection to the Israeli military due to the state's mandatory service requirements. NSO Group has over 700 employees globally, with almost all of their research team being made up of former Israeli military intelligence personnel. It seems most of them have served for some period of time in Israel's military intelligence directorate, and many of these in Israel's Unit 8200. Early on in 2011, dispersal of their malware was conducted through spear phishing tactics, or the targeting of specific individuals or organizations who were tricked by clicking malicious links. NSO claims it sells only to vetted governments for fighting crime and terrorism, with contracts.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and flip match. Lights out. Dominating maneuver could end things. Boom! Flat a pin. We have a pin. Wow, got it. Big time tag team win. It's hooked in deep. Here are your winners.
A ghost.
The team up.
It needs
Bray Wyatt.
NSO is constantly uncovering new vulnerabilities to stay ahead of security patches from Apple and Google, maintaining a surplus of exploits. As a result, it appears the malware is capable of infecting even the most up-to-date versions of iOS and Android. Despite NSO's marketing, Pegasus has been deployed far beyond legitimate targets, often by authoritarian regimes to silence dissent. The 2021 Pegasus
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
there's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Does that close it out for Black? It could be it. Let's recap. Got it. What a match and what a great team. It's hooking deep.
Here are your winners.
The team up.
On them, French President Emmanuel Macron. Human rights activists, lawyers, business executives, and even religious figures appeared on this list. Forensic analysts of 67 phones from the list revealed that 37 showed traces of Pegasus activity, with 23 having been successfully infected. Some of the most chilling deployments of Pegasus involved journalist and Saudi dissident Jamal Khashoggi, who was murdered and dismembered
ice in their
by Saudi
veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold blood.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. The lights are out for Sakota. Pin, shoulders down. Put him away right now.
And Jeff Bezos.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match. It's hooked in deep. Here are your winners. The team up.
Claiming they investigated and found no evidence their technology was used on Khashoggi or his family, but forensic evidence tells a different story. In India, it targeted opposition leaders, ministers, and over 40 journalists between 2017 and 2021. Leaders in Hungary and Poland have employed it against political rivals. It was found to have been successfully installed on the personal phone of Pedro Sanchez.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. There is no coming back from that. Yeah, right up the angle.
I hate when Bry does that all the
Here are your
time.
winners. The team
The
Shit,
zero-click
little
aspect of the
teams.
malware is what's most disturbing. If certain parties want to track you, watch you on your phone camera, listen to you through your microphone, track your whereabouts, see who you're calling, texting, emailing, what you're viewing in
Hang
your
on, I'm
browser,
checking if Bry has
they
mercy.
can. It turns the devices we
No,
essentially
he doesn't.
can't live without anymore into constant spies, something akin to a digital panopticon where we never know if we're being watched or not, and as a result, we obey. WhatsApp and Apple have both sued NSO, and the United States Department of Commerce blacklisted NSO in 2021, banning its tech after diplomats were infected
The
with
bloodline
Pegasus.
looks as menacing as
And in
ever as they prepare to
2023,
establish their
executive order
dominance
was
once
passed
again.
There's a kick and blast. Lights out. Feeling like it's over for Sakura. Yanks right up the ankle. Going for the cover. Solid shoulder to the
And it's over. Big tag team win there. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners.
State security
The team
agencies are permitted to purchase and use it. They've historically used this control over Pegasus sales as diplomatic leverage as well, approving contracts with countries like Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Morocco, and Azerbaijan to advance Israeli foreign policy interests, particularly in building a coalition against Iranian interests. They've also blocked sales to countries like Estonia and Ukraine to avoid angering Russia. Allegations from 2022 allege
The
that
bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole, that this version of the bloodline is essentially comprised of the black sheep of the family. The ones never invited to the family.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out. Looking to put this one away here.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team up.
(9/11) hijacker passports.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out. Shut the door. This could be over.
There's the winners of the tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
Or completely destroyed. Objects and people alike simply ceased to exist when all was said and done. And yet, somehow, impossibly, a passport belonging to one of the hijackers not only survives this apocalyptic destruction, but floats gently down to the streets below, landing in pristine...
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out.
That's got to be it.
This could be it.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
And this one absolutely does. It's almost laughable how ridiculous it sounds, but I suppose ridiculous coincidences are still possible. I'm just here to present the information, and you can be the judge. We'll start with what we officially know happened. Satam al-Sakami was one of the 5 hijackers aboard American Airlines Flight 11, the first plane to strike the World Trade Center's North Tower at 8:46 a.m. According to the FBI, al-Sakami was a citizen of Saudi Arabia who entered the U.S. just months earlier with a tourist
Ice in their
visa.
veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
He's going for the pin.
So, now context.
It's hooked in deep.
Tower at 8:46 a.m. But before the South Tower collapsed at 9:59 a.m., a passerby on the streets of Lower Manhattan apparently spotted something unusual among the debris scattered on the sidewalk.
There's no way they're going to just accept that.
A passport.
Oh, yeah, absolutely not.
Oh, man.
This person apparently had the gumption to pick up the passport despite the mountains of other documents which were scattered across the ground at this time. Of course, the passport they picked up wasn't just any travel document. It was hijacker Saddam al-Sakami's Saudi Arabian passport, and it was in remarkably good condition considering it had just survived one of the most catastrophic building impacts in human history. The passport was allegedly found and then handed to NYPD detective Yuk H. Chin before the South Tower collapsed. That means we're talking about a window of just over an hour at the very most from the time of impact. In that chaotic scene with the debris still falling, fires still raging, and emergency responders rushing to save lives, someone managed to spot a single passport among all the wreckage and papers raining down, and somehow knew it was important enough to hand over to the police. And to top it all off, the passport is still in good condition. All of this information really puts those of us who are searching for the truth in a very awkward position, as many of the entries on this iceberg have. On one hand, we're looking at something that seems both next to impossible and extremely convenient for the investigators. On the other, what are we to think? That the passport was planted? By who? For what reason? Are we really going to go down that road and question everything we thought we knew? For right now, without answering that question, let's just stay focused. Flight 11 was traveling at approximately 466 miles per hour when it struck the North Tower between the 93rd and 99th floors. The impact was so violent that it sheared off massive metal wings, engines, and fuselage, shooting debris in all directions. The tanks, filled with enough jet fuel to travel across the continent from Boston to LA, exploded on impact, creating a fireball that reached temperatures hot enough to weaken the steel of the buildings. In this inferno of twisted metal, burning jet fuel, and pulverized concrete, how exactly does a paper passport not only remain intact, but actually get ejected from the building in readable condition? The explanation many of you are surely considering also happens to be the official explanation that the passport somehow got blown clear of the impact zone before the explosive fireball could destroy it, flying straight through the flames, the shrapnel, steel, glass, and concrete whirlwind, missing all of it, falling nearly 100 stories, being located in a matter of minutes to an hour, and turned into authorities. The idea of it blowing through with such speed that it missed the entire fireball raises even more questions. If the passport was ejected with enough force to clear the building and land blocks away, shouldn't that very force have torn it to shreds? Again, we're talking about a small, fragile little notebook, basically, and I can't imagine that paper holds up very well to explosive decompression and hurricane force winds. And yet, according to reports, it was found in good enough condition that investigators could immediately identify al-Sakami from his photograph. The other debris from the crash didn't fare nearly as well. People were vaporized. Steel was softened so much that it was twisted like pieces of cooked macaroni. Yet somehow this one paper passport survives, and it didn't even take months of searching to uncover it like everything else. It took, at the very most, an hour. What's even more troubling is how quickly this passport evidence was accepted and incorporated into the official narrative. Within hours of the attack, before any thorough investigation could have been conducted, authorities were already using this passport to identify al-Sakami as one of the hijackers. I'm not inclined to draw any conclusions here, simply because any theory you would come up with that starts with this planted evidence, if that's what it is, I don't know, it would end up being removed with Occam's razor. There's basically just too many assumptions that would need to be made to actually draw any conclusions from this. With that being said, it's still something I can't quite wrap my head around. I've actually done one last little bit of research on this and came up with yet another strange piece of evidence that I haven't seen anyone else mention yet. I found this website archived from CNN, which was written just 1 week following 9/11 and was published on September the 18th, 2001. In it, the director of New York's FBI office, Barry Mon, explains that the passport was found on Vesey Street. If we take a look at a map of Lower Manhattan, you'll see that Vesey Street is north of the World Trade Center complex. The North Tower, the one Flight 11 hit with Al-Sakami aboard, was hit on its north face with the plane flying south. So, the passport didn't blow through the building then. It blew backwards. Despite all the momentum that the passport would have had, traveling at something like 500 miles per hour south, it ended up north of the impact site. How do you explain that? If anyone has any other theories, I'm definitely open to hearing them in the comments, because I don't really know what this is trying to say, again. It's just a very weird, unexplainable facet of history. The USS Liberty incident. June 8th, 1967. The Mediterranean sun is beating down on the deck of the USS Liberty, a Navy intelligence ship quietly collecting signals in international waters off the Sinai Peninsula. The American crew of 294
The bell
men
rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole, that this version of the Bloodline is essentially comprised of...
There's a kick and Bloodman!
Lights out. The lights are out for Sokoa.
Getting right on the apron. Got the cover.
Is it enough to close this out?
Keeps his team alive. What a save.
Israeli aircraft appear on the horizon, and they
turn out the lights. The party's over.
Did Brock just put an end to this? Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
The United States. Their apparent ally.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair
The
Black.
attack is swift, methodical, and absolutely terrifying. Cannon fire and rockets tear through the ship's hull, shredding metal and flesh to pieces. Sailors scramble for cover as .30 caliber bullets slice through the deck, blending anything and anyone who happens to cross its path. It gets even worse when you learn that the Liberty wasn't just any American vessel. It was covered in communication equipment.
Ice in their
and
veins. That's
massive
perhaps the only
antennas.
way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold-blooded,
Identified
remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here.
Ship through a massive and
There's a kick and Bloodman! Lights out. Does that close out for Black? This could be for the win.
Precision.
Are you kidding me? So close, so close.
That could put Tama down for good.
They knew exactly what they were doing.
Discus knee strike.
Radio antennas were severed, cutting the Liberty off.
And an elbow drop for added
It was
measure.
as if someone had given the attackers a blueprint in the ship's most vulnerable points.
Setting it up.
Again, even with the massive six-day
Brainbuster.
just miles away,
There's two.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Look, the most intelligent competitor in a battle knows that there are many roads to victory, including the low.
but it still wasn't over. The torpedo boats came next. 3 Israeli vessels approached the crippled Liberty and, at point-blank range, fired 5 torpedoes. one blasting a 40-foot hole in the ship's hull and flooding the lower decks. This explosion was so powerful, it lifted men off their feet and threw them across compartments.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and lights out. Deep black just put an end to this. Yeah, right on the apple. Oh, no. Going for the cover. He might just have it. Big time win in this tag team match.
Gunned them down while they helplessly treaded water.
Here are your winners.
This wasn't a two-sided battle. This wasn't even a war. This was something else.
That's a big victory for these three here tonight.
This seemed to be an
Tonight
attempt to
was not
destroy
the Bloodline's
communications
night, and there's no way they're going to just accept
to
that.
eradicate any survivors,
absolutely
and
not.
to ensure that nobody would be left to tell the tale of the assault. Captain William McGonagall, despite being severely wounded, refused to abandon his ship. For over an hour, he directed damage control efforts while blood flowed from his injuries. When the smoke finally cleared, 34 Americans were dead and 171 were wounded. The Liberty was barely afloat, taking on large amounts of water. Incredibly, the crew managed to keep her from sinking and limped towards safe harbor. Here's where the official story apparently gets controversial. Israel, ever since, when they do talk about it, has claimed that it was all a tragic case of mistaken identity. They said their forces confused the Liberty with an Egyptian horse transport ship called the El Qusair. But when you examine the facts, this explanation quickly crumbles like a house of cards. First, the El Qusair was roughly 1/4 the size of the Liberty and had a completely different profile. The Liberty was 455 feet long and displaced 10,000 tons. It was massive. The ship's underlying hull numbers were clearly painted on both sides in large black letters. But all of that aside, multiple Israeli reconnaissance flights had been circling the Liberty throughout the morning, photographing the vessel.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and lights out. That could put Solo down for good.
Now he takes the cover.
Can he keep him down?
Oh, and he kicked out at two.
I understand the sentiment, but now is not the time to bask in disbelief. Ray may have sealed things up.
No national weapons.
There's a kick and lights out. Nobody's coming back from that. Making the most of that with the pin. Crucial moment for Tonga Loa. This is where desperation becomes a factor. Time to pull out all the stops.
We may be moments away from Solo's demise.
If it was truly
It's over. Alistair just turned the lights out.
Two.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
the official U.S. investigation was completed.
Here are your winners. The team
And, of course, the United States concluded that Israel had acted in error and agreed that it was simply a case of mistaken identity. Survivors of the USS Liberty attack have long maintained that after the incident, they were ordered to remain silent by senior U.S. Navy officers and intelligence officials. Many have testified of threats of court-martial, imprisonment, or worse if they spoke
The bell
out.
rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and Mass. Lights out. That's going to keep Sokoa down.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Big time win in this tag team match. It's hooked in deep.
Although this is debated, many of the crewmen later believed this was an intentional move to prevent discussion among them, limiting the chances of cross-referencing their experiences and blocking any form of collective testimony that might contradict the officially held mistaken identity narrative. So what was their motive? Some researchers believe the Liberty was intercepting communications that revealed Israel's plans to attack Syria, potentially drawing the United States into the conflict. Others suggest Israel was concerned about American intelligence intercepting sensitive classified traffic from Israel. The most disturbing theory is that they intended to sink the Liberty along with every one of the American crew members in a false flag before blaming Egypt for the attack, thereby dragging America directly into the Six-Day War on Israel's side. This was all happening at the height of the Cold War, and Israel desperately wanted American support against Soviet-backed Arab nations. What better way to ensure unwavering U.S. commitment than to make it appear that Egypt had deliberately attacked an American naval vessel? For over 50 years, Liberty survivors have fought for recognition that the attack was deliberate. They've testified before Congress, written books, and given countless interviews, maintaining their story despite official pressure to stay silent. These aren't conspiracy theorists or attention seekers. These are decorated Navy veterans who were there, who lived through the horror, and who watched their fellow service members, their friends, get torn to shreds right in front of their eyes.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
there's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Does that close out for Black? Yeah, he's thinking he can end it. And they score the win. What a tag match.
Deserve recognition that their sacrifice wasn't just the
Here are your
result
winners.
of
The team up.
And the American people deserve to know whether a trusted ally deliberately attacked a U.S. Navy ship in international waters, then were abandoned by their very own nation, who have continued to cover it up for the very killers of those brave American service members for over half a century. This incident could not be a better fit for this iceberg. It is one of the most suppressed stories in modern American military history. The Liberty is one of the most censored topics on the internet today, with
the bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
there's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Feeling like it's over for Sokoa. Here's the goal. It's over. Big tag team win there. It's hooked in deep.
Unfortunately, it's being spent on likely.
Here are your winners. The team up.
People see it is changing very quickly with every single day. Even if you disagree with the American government, that's not what most Americans see when they see this flag. They see the people who are fighting for our collective values. Of course, I can understand if people don't like America. We're not a perfect place. We're not a perfect country. We've made a lot of mistakes, and we're still making a lot of mistakes for sure. But these people do not represent those who are making those harmful
ice in
decisions.
their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline.
Situation.
Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Feeling like it's over for Sokoa. He's coming in. He's got him. Wow, got it. Big time tag team win. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
Thomas, Rob Maxwell, the 1980 October Surprise, and the Octopus Conspiracy. I predict this next entry will be one of the most insane and far-reaching conspiracy theories you will ever hear. And yes, I'm fully aware of how big of a statement that is to make on a channel like this. This single iceberg entry includes Israeli spyware installed in U.S. nuclear weapons research facilities, billionaire Mossad double agents.
The bell rings, the bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. That has to be the end right there.
He will stand this.
Comes out on top in this tag team match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
This massive story starts back in the 1980s when a small American company called Inslaw developed a revolutionary case management software called PROMIS, short for Prosecutors Management Information System. The main purpose of Promise was to track legal cases, specifically for its main client, the Department of Justice. But more importantly for them was its revolutionary capacity to integrate and
ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down. He's going for the cover. For the win.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up. Aleister Black.
The U.S. government, without the oversight of some small, irrelevant company. And that's exactly what they did. After getting the original legal case tracking version of Promise, they immediately went to work modifying it into an enhanced version for use as a tool for intelligence and national security cross-referencing. At this point, they basically told Inslaw to hit the road, leading to the company basically drowning.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole, that this version of the bloodline is essentially comprised of the black sheep.
What reflexes to stop?
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. The lights are out for Sikoa.
It could be all over.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Either way,
Here are your winners. The team up.
Israel then meddled with the program and installed a bug in the code, an invisible modification which turned these new copies of Promise into a digital wiretap. Israeli intelligence could now monitor and extract any information processed by these versions of the software without the users ever knowing they were being watched. After this, through a network of front companies and willing accomplices, the backdoored Promise software was then sold to intelligence agencies.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
Scores the win. What a great team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
A constant stream of intelligence back to Tel Aviv. With all of this context, enter Robert Maxwell, one of the most powerful media tycoons of the 1980s, being owner of the Daily Mirror, Pergamon Press, Macmillan Publishers, as well as Maxwell Communication Corporation. Maxwell commanded a business empire worth billions of dollars, and
the bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out.
Signed, sealed, and delivered.
This is it. He could put it away right here.
And they score the win. What a tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
As an asset in the 1960s, rewarded with financial lifelines when his business empire would later begin to fall apart. Although not always definitive, declassified U.S. and British intelligence files have flagged him in the past as a suspected agent for Israel. He maintained unusually close relationships with top Israeli leaders, including multiple prime ministers. It seems that he served as a back channel between Israeli officials.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
Shoulder down. Is this it?
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team up.
Altogether, his political access, financial entanglements, and the public recognition he received from Israeli leaders form a strong circumstantial case that Maxwell functioned as an operative or high-level collaborator with Israeli intelligence throughout his career. So what does all this have to do with Promise? Well, all of this is to say that Maxwell, with these deep political contacts and
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
there's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. Put a bow on it. This one's wrapped up. He's making his move. Scores the win. What a great team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team
Nuclear Weapons Research and Engineering Laboratories. I'm sure I don't need to spell out for you that Los Alamos National Labs was the main laboratory that developed the nuclear bomb. A collection of FBI files on Robert Maxwell and Promise were released via a Freedom of Information Act request in January of 1994. Inside, I found that several Sandia National Labs employees contacted the FBI.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. The lights are out for Sokoa. Here we go. He thinks this is it. And it's over. Big tag team win there.
In 1982, Robert Maxwell
Here are your winners. The team
called Information on Demand, seemingly repurposing it into a selling vehicle for the Israeli-bugged Promise software. Few outside of intelligence and law enforcement circles even realized Maxwell controlled the company, which allowed him to present Promise as a standard commercial product from a niche database company. The FBI actually opened a foreign counterintelligence investigation in 1983 after Sandia's staff raised concerns.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. Feeling like it's over for Sokoa.
Going to the cover. Shoulders are down.
Big time win in this tag team match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
It seems to me that this may have been due to some kind of shady insider action within Washington. Maxwell leveraged his close ties to Senator John Tower, then chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, to get the Israeli-modified backdoored Promise software into sensitive U.S. nuclear labs. It was presented to them as a cutting-edge data management tool capable of tracking nuclear stockpiles.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. That's going to keep Sokoa down. Sokoa coming. Powers it. Boom.
Going to the cover.
Shoulders are down. Got it. There's the winners of the tag match.
All of this came to a head in 1985 when Maxwell,
Here are your winners.
the
The
information
team
finalized a Promise sale to Sandia and possibly to Los Alamos as well. In FBI memos, the Maxwell connection is classified as, again, a foreign counterintelligence issue, suggesting that the Bureau may have suspected that Information on Demand was being used by Maxwell to deliberately mask foreign intelligence involvement. And now for the cherry on top.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. Last might have brought this to a close. Boom. Face first.
Going to the cover.
Shoulders are down. Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
Here are your winners.
What's her name again?
The team.
Elaine Maxwell. No, that couldn't be the same Maxwell. Could it? Of course it is. For many of you, I know this is old news, but Robert Maxwell, the man who helped Israeli intelligence penetrate American nuclear facilities while they were clearly trying to develop a nuclear weapon themselves, was the father of
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out. Yeah, right on the apron. Oh, no. This could be it. He could end right here.
great team.
Anyways, the full story of the Promise conspiracy might never
Here are your
tonight,
winners.
if not
The team up.
investigative journalist Danny Casolaro. Throughout 1991, Casolaro was piecing together what he called the octopus, a sprawling conspiracy connecting Promise to a web of corruption reaching into the highest levels of government. He believed he was on the verge of exposing the complete truth when he traveled to Martinsburg, West Virginia in August 1991 to meet a source.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the bloodline only has one mode: total destruction. Doesn't matter who you are, you win.
There's a kick and mass.
Lights out. Business here is all over.
Yank right off the apron. Going to the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
Comes out on top in this tag team match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team
Alistair and documents from the time had completely vanished from his hotel room.
His body was embalmed by Monday morning by the time we found out. That is against the law in West Virginia. His body was embalmed without family consent. That certainly makes an autopsy a little more difficult.
Tony Casolaro says his brother Danny, pictured here at a nephew's birthday, just wasn't good all time.
He was describing for me a few weeks before he died.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole. There's a kick and mass. Lights out.
That could put Solo down for good. He's got him down for the pin. Got it. What a tag match we just saw. It's hooked in deep.
He passed away.
Here are your winners. The team up.
But it was all there, and most of it was still stored in his home. Journalists relied on these personal notes, interview transcripts from high-level people, and analyses of in-law court filings to report on Promise, Robert Maxwell, and the octopus. His meticulous research, combined with interviews he conducted with whistleblowers like foreign Mossad agent Ari Ben-Menashe, became the backbone for later investigative accounts on the case.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded. There's a kick and blood mass.
Lights out. Feeling like it's over for Sokola.
Boom! Face first. Shoulders down. This could be it.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Right there, hamstring.
That was a vicious display. You can almost see the disdain in their eyes.
Way more wild. It's possible that only parts of it are true. More so, it to me is clear that certain patterns and coincidences are very fishy, but it's hard to actually verify which specific pieces of it are the truth. That being said, Michael Rikonishudo was a very mysterious figure at the center of this whole Promise scandal, known for his expertise in computers, coding, and for his role in allegedly inserting back.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole, that this version of the bloodline is essentially comprised of the black sheep of the family. The ones never invited to the family reunions or the cookouts because they're just...
There's a kick and blood mass.
Lights out. The lights are out for Sokola.
Yank you right off the apron.
Oh, no.
And how exactly do you put your ego aside at a six going for the cover? Solo shoulders her down. Just escapes defeat.
Misappropriated and altered for covert operations.
Stopping.
Solo
Sokola lining it up. We're going to end it with a Samoan spot. That's going to keep it.
He comes to the rescue for his team. Hogan's offense gets foiled.
Investigations conducted by Danny.
Ooh, bang! Big impact. Right to the gut. There's a kick and blood mass.
Lights out. Now that's how you put the nail in the coffin.
Here we go. Cover. Two.
To support off-the-books political and intelligence operations and to generate untraceable revenue through clandestine sales.
There's a kick and blood mass.
Lights out. Dick Black just put an end to this.
Megan Hand came to fund what had been dubbed the alleged 1980 October surprise.
There's a kick and black mass. Lights out. That could put
Guys alleges that members of Ronald Reagan's presidential campaign, through secret anonymous channels, paid Iranian officials to delay the release of the 52 American hostages in the now infamous Iran hostage crisis, with the condition that they were only to release them after the U.S. presidential election. All of this allegedly thereby undermining President Jimmy Carter's re-election bid. Political analysts at the time wrote that this standoff, where Iranian officials held American hostages in Iran, was a major factor in the collapse of the Carter presidency towards the end of his administration, and many believe the incident culminated in his spectacular loss to Reagan in the 1980 presidential election. The hostages were formally released into American custody 1 day after the Algiers Accords were signed, literally minutes following the first inauguration of Ronald Reagan. Topping it all off, within roughly a week of Michael Riconosciuto blowing the whistle, he was arrested on federal narcotics charges, a timing many observers have found highly suspicious. Michael was ultimately tried in federal court and was convicted in January 1992 on multiple counts tied to a methamphetamine operation, including conspiracy to manufacture and distribute methamphetamine.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and black mass. Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out. Shoulders down. Does he have it?
Big time win in this tag team match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black, Bray Wyatt, and
talk about Promise and Rob Maxwell and the bugged Israeli version making it into the U.S. nuclear research labs. But the more I dug, the more I found out, and this was just a massive rabbit hole. There's still so much more that I didn't even cover. Yeah, make of that what you will, and, yeah.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and black mass. Lights out. Does that close out for Black? This could be it. He could win it all here. And a kick out somehow at 2.5.
Wow. That's really as close as it gets. And that can vanquish Tom.
Since 2008 contains what they call the
there's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
Dominating maneuver could end things.
Two.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match.
You can't turn it off.
Here are your
You can't
winners.
see what it's doing.
The team
And Intel won't tell us how it works. Most people have never even heard of it, despite the fact that it's basically sitting inside the majority of every computer on the planet right now. The management engine actually runs at a higher privilege level than Windows or Linux even do, giving it extensively far-reaching control over your hardware, should they desire to tap into it. It gets truly terrifying when you learn that the management
The
engine
bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The
latest incarnation of the bloodline only has...
Winding up. Boom! Samoa Spike. Black. I can't believe the ref didn't get to him.
Every single site ever visited.
Boom! There's a kick and black mass.
Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close.
Got a face first. Going for the cover. Solo and shoulders are down.
Even crazier, it doesn't.
Teammate intervenes just in time.
As long as it's being supplied with power, management.
There's a kick and
That's one.
there's a kick and black mass.
Lights out. That could put Solo down for good.
Two counts.
Scores the wheel. What a great team.
Firewall can't stop it or even see it because it
Here are your
operates
winners.
below the
The
level
team of
even exists. If you're thinking this sounds like the perfect backdoor for surveillance, akin to something like the bug in the Promise software, you are right on the money. In 2017, security researchers found something incredible hidden in Intel's firmware. An undocumented feature called HAP, or High Assurance Platform. It turns out this was a reference to a classified NSA
The bell rings. The
program.
bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That
Intel
pack.
give them
There's a kick
and
and flash match.
That's got to be it. Got it. What a match and what a great team. It's hooked in deep.
Same agency that blatantly conducts mass surveillance and citizens demanded and got protection from Intel's surveillance system for their own computers. Meanwhile, every consumer, every small business, every other government using Intel processors has been left completely exposed to this backdoor that we can't disable. The vulnerabilities just keep coming. In 2017, Intel had to admit to a catastrophic flaw called CVE 2017.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick
and flash match.
That's going to keep Sikoa down.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
Makes the cover. Keeps his team in this one. And Bray just taunting his opponent now.
Management tool without a password. Literally by sending a blank response.
Oh, he timed that counter.
Solo Sikoa lining it up with the Samoas. But Sikoa might have just finished things. Boom! Face first.
There are a lot of combinations in a six-man tag match. What's your best course of action here?
You have to know everyone's weaknesses in the ring. Not just your teammates, but your opponents too. If you keep that in mind throughout the six-man match, you can prevent any mismatches.
Wyatt's got the claw. It's hooked in deep. Feeling like it's over for Sikoa.
There's a kick and flash match. He's going for the pin. And the cover.
And they scoop the win. What a tag match.
Here are your winners. The team
The bloodline got bested in this one.
Never a good thing when the bloodline doesn't get their way. There will be hell to pay for this.
The management engine exploits can embed themselves deeper than the operating system. Even wiping your hard drive clean, uninstalling Windows, removing everything, won't delete it. Intel refuses to document specifically how the management engine works. They won't open the source code for independent security audits, and they won't give users a real way to turn it off. Even the HAP method that the NSA uses doesn't completely disable it because Intel designed their processors to be so dependent on the management engine that turning it off entirely would brick your computer. Think about the societal vulnerabilities here beyond just consumer computers. Intel processors are everywhere. Think of all the processors in every data center, in critical infrastructure, in industrial settings. They all contain this hidden surveillance system. For most people, there's no escape. AMD even has similar technology called the Platform Security Processor. ARM chips in phones have their own trust zones and security enclaves. The entire computing industry has basically embraced this model of hardware-level control that operates beyond user oversight. Your computer now serves multiple masters. There's you, but then there's Intel, potentially other parties like the NSA, and anyone sophisticated enough to exploit the next vulnerability in this hidden system. To us mere mortals, us average folk who cannot even fathom the vast complexities
The bloodline looks
of
as
the
menacing
silicone
as ever as
we
they
depend
prepare to
on
establish their
every
dominance
facet of
once
our
again.
modern lives.
There's a kick.
It's hard to know that we're being watched
Time to
in
capitalize.
very personal and intimate devices, our phones and computers. This is going to be difficult to understand.
And it's over.
Unfortunately,
Big tag team win.
by anyone who intel lets in, or somehow even worse, anyone who's capable of breaking down that door.
Big win for these three here tonight. Tonight was not the Bloodlines' night, and there's no way they're going to just accept that.
AT&T Room
absolutely
641A
not.
and the Long Lines building. In the heart of San Francisco's financial district, inside a nondescript office building at 611 Folsom Street, lies one of the most chilling secrets of our digital age. Room 641A. This isn't just another corporate office space. This is ground zero for one of the most extensive domestic surveillance operations ever exposed on American soil.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. You know what? It's over for Sikoa.
Great win with all that.
2002
Shoulders down. Looking for the win here.
What's called a splitter. And what you're about to discover,
Big time win
the
in this tag
foundation
team
of
match.
privacy forever.
Here are your winners.
He wasn't just installing some arbitrary piece of equipment. He was unwittingly participating in the construction of a massive data vacuum designed to suck up every single piece of internet traffic flowing through AT&T's entire network. Emails, browsing history, phone calls, text messages, financial transactions, everything that went through the AT&T network and onto the internet. The room where all of this occurred, room 641A, is shrouded in secrecy. Access is strictly controlled. No regular AT&T employees are even allowed inside this room within their own building. Only personnel with special clearances can enter, but even given this fact, Klein managed to piece together the puzzle from installation documents. Without even having access
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. That can certainly do it. He goes to the pin. Could this be it?
There's the winners of the tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
Essentially, it was able to sort vast amounts of data all at once, flagging anything deemed interesting by its operators and storing it. But here's where the story gets much more sinister. It got crazier when Klein learned that room 641A wasn't even unique. Similar installations existed in Seattle, San Jose, Los Angeles, and San Diego. These were coordinated nationwide
The
surveillance
Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
there's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. Does that close out for Black? Ooh, and that surprises Black. He's going for the pin.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
The state secrets privilege, essentially arguing that
Here are your winners.
discussing this
The
program
team up.
would damage national security. The Electronics Frontier Foundation filed a lawsuit, but the case would become obscured in legal challenges that still continue to this day. This isn't targeted surveillance of suspected terrorists. This is mass, indiscriminate data collection on American citizens. Every time you send an email or browse the web, there's a good chance your data is flowing through one of these rooms, being copied, analyzed, and stored.
ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold blood.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. There's no coming back from that. We have a pin. Shoulders are down.
And they score the win. What a tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
The story's tall and completely windowless. It looks less like an office building and more like something from a sci-fi dystopian movie. It's referred to as the AT&T Long Lines building, and it was originally built to house AT&T's long-distance telephone switching equipment, a hub for routing international communications across the globe. The building was engineered to survive a nuclear attack, capable of sustaining 1,500 people for 2 weeks with its own power
The
generators.
bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
there's a kick and lights out. That's got to be the end right there. Here we go.
Comes out on top in this tag team match. It's hooked in deep.
Revealed that the building
Here are your
operates
winners.
under the code name
The team up. Alistair Black, Bray Wyatt.
for the NSA, operating in a similar fashion to Room 641A, but likely on a much more massive international scale. We have no idea how long the NSA has been operating here, how many of its floors are actually operated by AT&T, and how many by the NSA, or in large part, what it even looks like on the inside. A very small number of photos from its interior are public, with access for the media outlets.
the bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and lights out. Black might have brought this to a close. Going to the cover. Someone shoulders her down.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
Closed to the very wires under NSA control. Both Room 641A and Titan Point represent some of the darker aspects of our interconnected world. They demonstrate very clearly that the communication infrastructure we all depend on now has been weaponized against us without our knowledge and against our will. Every fiber optic cable, cell tower, or information exchange point now has
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out. This has to be it.
And it's over. Big tag team win there. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
One of Nazi Germany's most sinister social experiments. The program began with a simple yet terrifying premise. Germany's declining birth rate threatened the future of the so-called Aryan race. Initially, Lebensborn appeared to be something like a social welfare program. The organization established luxurious maternity homes where unmarried women...
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down. Yet more. Going for the cover. Someone shoulders her down.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. The team up.
The program actively encouraged SS officers and other what were described as racially valuable German men to father as many children as possible, whether within marriage or outside it. Single mothers who met the racial requirements were not just welcomed, they were celebrated. The state would cover all medical expenses, provide financial support, and even arrange adoptions if needed. Women seeking admission to Lebensborn
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. Checkmate. It's over.
And Tommy Lowe heads it off the pass.
Can this be it? Is this the end?
Those who passed these examinations were admitted to a
Scores a win. What a great team.
Children into the future elite of the Nazi state.
Here are your winners.
World War II,
The team up.
Lebensborn evolved from a domestic breeding program into something far more horrifying. The organization expanded rapidly across occupied Europe, establishing homes in Norway, Austria, Belgium, France, Luxembourg, and Denmark. But the program's mission had fundamentally changed. No longer content with simply encouraging births among German women, Himmler's organization began targeting children.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember,
What a counter by Black. There's a kick and lights out. Turn the lights out. Looking to put the match away here.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team wins.
Here are your winners. The team.
Children were abducted from across occupied Europe, from Poland, Yugoslavia, the Soviet Union, Czechoslovakia, Romania, Estonia, Latvia, Norway, France, Italy. In extreme cases, entire villages could be swept clean of their children who met the Aryan criteria. Parents could wake up to find that their children were simply gone without a trace, with no information about where they
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick.
Lights out. That's a game, ladies and gentlemen. Into the corner for the win. Got it. What a tag match we just saw. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, Bray Wyatt.
Where they were raised as German children. The memory of their true origins slowly slipped away with every day that went by. The psychological impact on these children was immense. Imagine being torn from everything familiar, your parents, your language, your culture, your very identity, and being forced to become someone entirely different. Many developed severe psychological
The
problems.
Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and lights out. Aleister just turned the lights out. Yet right at the end.
Particularly due to the large number of relationships.
There's a kick and lights out.
Goodbye and good night.
That could put Tama down.
And they score the win. What a tag match.
Dribbling the opponent's head like a basketball.
Here are your winners. The team of.
These children faced brutal discrimination from their own communities, being seen as the product of a country that had taken everything from them. By the program's end, historians estimate that between 15,000 to 20,000 children were born in Lebensborn facilities, while potentially hundreds of thousands more were kidnapped from across Europe and indoctrinated. After Germany's defeat, the task of reuniting stolen
The
children
Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and Black Mass.
Black might have brought this to a close.
Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
And some families
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match. It's hooked in deep.
the estimated thousands of children
Here are your winners.
taken from their homes.
The team of.
Reconstruction efforts were only able to recover a depressing 170 of them. Most of these kidnapped children would end up simply assimilating into German society, exactly what the Nazis wanted, without ever knowing their true origins. Some didn't discover the truth about their identities until decades later, and others never did.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold. There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. Will that be the deciding factor?
Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
Big time win in this tag team match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of.
I used to do a lot of those Reddit stories, and I don't know, ever since we started this Forbidden Knowledge Iceberg, I've really felt that this channel has more of a sort of a good purpose. Like, I feel like we're talking about a lot of really important things that are not discussed enough in today's society. Anyways, all of this is just to say thank you so much for supporting these videos that I feel have a little bit more of a greater purpose. And hopefully we can all learn something and be a little bit more aware.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. Does that close it out for Black?
Yet right at the ankle.
Oh, no.
Bray Wyatt sending a clear message. There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. That could put Solo down for
New Zealand, known as the Five Eyes, forge a secret pact called the UK-USA Agreement in 1947 with the goal of sharing intelligence and keeping tabs on the Soviet Union and its allies. This leads to the establishment of Project Echelon, a surveillance network unlike anything the world has seen before, created in 1971. Echelon wasn't
their veins. That's
just
perhaps
about
the only way
spying
to
on
describe
foreign
this version of the
powers.
bloodline. Cold-blooded.
It was about
There's a
total
kick.
information.
Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
Goes to the cover. Shoulders are down.
How is that not
Echelon
three?
was capable of intercepting virtually any electronic communication at the time. Phone calls, faxes, satellite transmissions, it didn't matter.
Had it scouted.
Just about
Now can
anything had the
capitalize.
potential of being captured and recorded.
Lights out. Turn the lights out.
Making the save. Still alive here.
By 1988, reports suggested it could tap into 1 billion calls a year just in the UK. Massive antennas and supercomputers would constantly sift through this flood of data, searching for flagged keywords or phrases. From what we know about the project, reports from the late 1990s and early 2000s suggest that Echelon had been capable of targeting individuals using voice recognition software all the way back then. A former NSA analyst named Barry Felwak, under the pseudonym Winslow Peck, tried to blow the whistle. In an article titled U.S. Electronic Espionage, a memoir, Felwak discussed a global network of listening posts operated by the NSA. The craziest part about this is that at the time, the NSA wasn't even publicly acknowledged by the government yet, and sat as one of the most secretive U.S. intelligence agencies. As a result, this single interview exposed the very existence of the NSA for the very first time, which prior to this operated completely in the shadows. One of the most astonishing claims that he made was that the NSA's budget actually exceeded that of the Central Intelligence Agency, which was an absolutely insane claim at the time. What, this unknown U.S. intelligence agency that nobody has ever heard of has more taxpayer funding than the freaking CIA? No way. With that, the U.S. government denied all of his claims, and the revelations were largely disregarded as conspiracy theories by the public, even though it was all true. Every word. In 1988, another whistleblower, Margaret Newsom, a Lockheed employee under NSA contract, told Congress about the program's existence. Still, officially, Echelon didn't exist. However, as always, the truth would eventually rise to the surface. In the year 2000, 60 Minutes broadcast a report simply titled Echelon, which would expose the global surveillance network as a legitimate international government operation. Correspondent Steve Croft interviewed Mike Frost, a former Canadian intelligence agent, who detailed
The bell
Echelon's
rings. The bloodline
operations.
will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
Emails,
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out.
Goodbye and good night.
Shoulders down. Does he have it?
And it's over. Big tag team win there. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
The European Parliament launched an investigation in 2000, and their report in 2001 confirmed that Echelon was real, operated by the Five Eyes, and was capable of intercepting and analyzing communications across telephone networks and satellite transmissions. Ground stations used all those years ago are still operational, part of a silent global listening network that's very likely still
Ice in their
capable of
veins. That's
tapping
perhaps the
into
only way to describe
any
this
and
version of the
all
bloodline.
communication
Cold-blooded.
you might
There's a
see.
kick and blood mass. Lights out.
Deep Black just put an end to this.
Going for the cover. Solo. Shoulders are down.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. winners, the
Data
team
to train AI models to predict human behavior at scales that we can't even begin to comprehend. We're talking likely hundreds of billions of phone calls, emails, and texts, all of which could be fed into algorithms to map out how people think, act, and react. Intelligence agencies could use this to predict everything from political movements to public reactions to individual
The bell
decisions.
rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Feeling like it's over for Sakota.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up. Aleister Black.
Between AI and global surveillance, we're reminded of that same age-old question: where does the line stand between security and freedom? How much privacy are we willing to sacrifice, and at what point are we going to realize that that term, security, may just be a pseudonym for control?
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Now that's how you put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, right on the ankle.
going for the 3 count.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners, the team up.
Media or in your news feeds. This is arguably one of the most disturbing companies operating in America today. They specialize in artificial intelligence and mass surveillance and have built a massive business on their ability to see, know, and predict basically everything. This isn't just about data, it's about control, surveillance, and the erosion of our privacy, something we might be neglecting to recognize the importance of until it's gone. And if that happens, there won't be
The bell
any
rings. The
going back.
Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Put a bow on it. This one's wrapped up.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
Artificial intelligence, Palantir is able to analyze
he got it!
reference
Kick out at 2.
data the US
Holy
government
moly,
collected across its different agencies.
Well, nasty fall.
Any fear that this data
These superstars face a unique set of challenges in the 6th.
data into
Feeling like it's over for Sakota.
Brandon sealed things up.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
behind his capabilities.
Here are your winners,
Intelligence,
the team up. Aleister Black, Bray Wyatt,
social
and
media information.
Hogan.
Big win for these 3 here tonight. The Bloodline is incensed. They really thought they had this one in the bag.
Well, no disrespect to the Bloodline, but we all know what they say about assuming.
What happens when political factions begin to weaponize their power against dissidents, as we've observed in recent years? Foundry helps companies and now government agencies like the IRS and DHS organize massive data sets into something usable. Together, they're like a supercomputer capable of analyzing your entire life along with everyone else's and predicting your next move before you can even make it. They already know those restaurants or cafes you frequent, where and when you work, what information...
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Does that close it out for Black?
going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners, the team up.
In March, President Trump signed an executive order pushing federal agencies to share data, breaking down silos to make the government more efficient. and Palantir's Foundry is the backbone of this plan. It's pulling data from places like the Social Security Administration, the IRS, and the Department of Homeland Security, factoring in everything from your bank account details to your medical claims to your disability status.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the Bloodline only has one. Oh, there's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. No ifs about it. That's going to do it.
He wants to end this.
And they score the win. What a tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
Edward Snowden took things further by grabbing data from tech giants like Facebook, Google, Apple, and Microsoft, but both of these programs were limited by the technology of their time. We are now entering the age of artificial intelligence, and as earth-shattering as it has already become, we are only in its infancy. This is the computer age equivalent of the mainframes which utilize tape drives and
the bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole.
These computers are actually standards.
Counter.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Dig it down deep and stay alive.
How in the world did he do that? A sickening delivery from Bray.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out.
Signed, sealed, and delivered.
2 count. Oh, man, let's get out of the way.
Just caught flush.
We may be moments away from Solo's demise.
Crucial moment for Tonga Loa. Left foot hospital, right foot graveyard. Does that close it out for Black?
Tonga
Going for the cover. He might just have it.
At every turn.
Letting his opponent out of the pin.
Yeah, gotta wonder what he's thinking.
Use your social media posts.
Wyatt's got the claw. That could put Solo down for good.
You as a risk based on your race,
In off the tag.
religion, or your social or political views. Some fear that Palantir, backed by the United States,
Simple waist lock, man.
building a nationwide social credit system tied to digital money and health records to control dissent for the government. Imagine a world where your tweet about a protest or your donation to a controversial
block into an arm drag.
Each athlete finding an answer for everything thrown at them. What a punch.
Decisions based on your social media watch history.
Oh, God.
Itself, of course, denies building a mega database for surveillance. Existing clients control data.
Oh, Sikoa holding him in bag.
is certainly there, and their
Clothesline attempt.
Into an
a
STO.
corporation and not a government agency
man.
that benefits the people is making the citizens nervous. Then there's the leadership, and this is where just when you think it can't get any more wild, it gets significantly more wild.
Big
Peter
punch
Thiel,
finds its mark.
Palantir's co-founder,
Big
is a
clothesline.
billionaire with financial ties to Jeffrey Epstein, who invested $40 million in Thiel's Valar Ventures in 2015 and
With a
2016.
big scoop slam, and here it comes. Big leg drop, brother.
Hogan can taste it now.
Follows up, shoulders down. 2.
And it's over. Big tag team win there.
Is it possible that this was just a business
Here are your
deal?
winners. The team up. Alistair Black, Bray Wyatt, and Hulk
Here's one
Hogan.
interview
A
clip from
disappointing
him where
result for
he's
the
asked by a
Bloodline in
New
this
York
one.
Times columnist
Tonight
if
was
he would
not
like to
the
see the
Bloodline's
human
night, and
race
there's no way they're going to just
survive
accept
or
that.
perish.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely not.
Is it delusion? Is it something you worry about? I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitant.
Yeah, well, yes, I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions.
Should the human race survive?
Yes. Okay. But I also would I also would like us to radically solve these problems. Right. And so, you know, it's always, I don't know.
Next, of course, is the CEO of Palantir, Alex Karp.
That a few people get wealthy, and if you said platitudes that were obviously...
I did not realize the music that came with one of my story videos. I thought that girl was just stretching out her length. To be fair,
stupid, you could...
He's taken some wild stances, like calling pro-Palestinian protests a pagan religion and an infection in society. Oh, and there's that quote where he's fantasized about using drones to spray fentanyl-laced urine on analysts who cross him.
You need a higher purpose, and I also think you often need a lower purpose. Like, the higher purpose, for me... What's the lower purpose? Well, I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl-laced urine spraying on analysts who try to do us. So that's my lower purpose.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole, there's a kick and black mass. Lights out. That can certainly do it. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders to that.
Scores the win. What a great team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team
$1 million of investment. Palantir's technology could enable predictive policing where algorithms decide who's a threat before a crime even happens. It could target people based on their beliefs or affiliations. With AI, the government could act on these profiles in real time, freezing accounts, denying benefits, or worse. Unlike Echelon or Prism...
The bell rings, the bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack... there's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
That could put Solo down for...
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders it. No. Kick out.
Every kick out taking so much energy to muster. A sickening delivery from Bray.
There's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
Will that be it? Will that be enough? Big time win in this tag team match.
Here are your winners.
This makes stronger companies and agencies like Palantir accountable. A company with this much influence can't just hide behind national security. We've played that game before, and we're not doing it again. Palantir's powerful AI tools, along with the government's wide repositories of information on its citizens, could turn our democracy into something unrecognizable. Wi-Fi routers create a 3D map.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold blood. There's a kick and black mass. Lights out. That's got to be the end right there. Oh, quick way to respond with the reversal. And they just busted out an impactful maneuver. On an elbow right top.
We're going to end this once and for all. Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, Bray Wyatt, and
Wi-Fi router into a low-resolution camera that can see through walls. When Wi-Fi radio signals hit an object, some of the energy is absorbed some is scattered, and some is reflected back. By analyzing these reflections, researchers have found ways to reconstruct the environment the router is in, and not just in a single room, but even throughout an entire household, through walls and floors. This isn't theoretical.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick. It's lights out. Now's the time to capitalize.
Going for the cover. Shoulder
Big time win in this tag team match. It's hooked in deep.
Developed by researchers at College London to interpret the signals, achieving accuracy comparable to traditional camera-based systems. In some cases, they can even identify specific individuals based on their unique movement patterns. Artificial intelligence is largely the reason why this is the first time we're seeing this Wi-Fi hardware being used in this way.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and black mass. Lights out. That's a game ender, gentlemen. Yes, right up the ankle. Oh, no. The cover for the win.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
Can sift through this data and identify patterns that indicate human presence, movement, or even specific activities. Researchers have shown that Wi-Fi signals can be used to map entire floors of buildings, creating detailed layouts that include furniture and other objects. In a 2017 study, scientists demonstrated the ability to generate 3D maps of rooms outside of a building by analyzing how Wi-Fi signals bounce off various surfaces.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and lights out. That's got to be it. Looks like this could be the end.
It works by sensing disruption Wi-Fi signal between the gameplay and
got it. There's the winners of the tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team.
Creates a disturbance in the signal, which the system interprets as motion. You can set up coverage zones, like near your front door or in your living room, and receive push notifications on your phone if movement is detected. This is fascinating technology, no doubt about it, but if your Wi-Fi router can detect motion in your home, what else can it do?
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the Bloodline only has one mode: total destruction. Rearing.
Black turns the table.
There's a kick and Black mass. Lights out. Deep Black just put an end to this. Boom! Face first and down for the count.
Into these investor providers and
kicked out at two. I cannot believe it.
This is amazing.
Access to this information on the Dark Web.
There's a kick and Black mass. Lights out. That's going to keep Sokoa down.
He breaks the pin, keeping his team in the...
Wyatt's got the claw hooked. It's hooked in deep.
Did Bray...
It is over. Feeling like it's over for Sokoa. Precision offense into the pin. Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team.
Surveillance projects from the U.S. government in the past, like PRISM and Echelon that we've already talked about, which have siphoned user data from the world's largest technology companies into our intelligence agencies. Should malicious parties gain access to this information, well, we've effectively all installed 1984-level citizen surveillance systems into our homes. This is obviously horrifying stuff. I'm not trying to make anyone paranoid here.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole, that this version of the Bloodline is essentially comprised of the black sheep of the family. the ones never invited to the family reunions or the cookouts because they're just plain dangerous men. Dangerous men, each with a few screws loose in their own respective rights.
Yeah, the rest of the family may want...
there's a kick and mass. Lights out.
Dominating maneuver could end things. He's covering him. He's got him. And they score the win. What a tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
This next entry is pretty wild. Wild in the fact that it's an entire world religion that existed hundreds of years ago that has been all but eradicated and suppressed despite its remarkably universal teachings. The religion was called Manichaeism, and it was spread by a man named Mani in the Persian Empire during the 3rd century. Mani claimed that he was the final prophet in the lineage of those who came before him, namely Buddha, Jesus, and Zoroaster, teaching that they each delivered pieces of the truth, but none of them the full picture. He preached that his task as the final prophet was to unite all of the world's major faiths into a single universal answer.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
there's a kick and mass. Lights out. Business here is all but over.
Going for the cover. Shoulder for that.
And it's over. Big tag team win there. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners.
Buddhism, Judaism, as well as even more obscure teachings like ancient Greek, Babylonian, and Mesopotamian religions, among other more mysterious religions and cults. Mani also pulled from the suppressed Christian Gnostic movements, adopting the idea that blind faith wasn't enough to liberate one's soul from darkness. Instead, salvation came through understanding, through gnosis, which was knowledge of the true nature of the universe. Mani didn't just borrow from other religions.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and mass. Lights out. Black Mani brought this to a close. He's got him down to the pin.
Scores the win. What a great team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up. Alistair Black.
The elect and the hearers. The elect were the spiritual elite, ascetics who renounced meat, wine, and sex, dedicating their lives to prayer, fasting, and spreading the faith. They were seen as living vessels for collecting and purifying souls. The hearers, on the other hand, were followers who supported the elect with food and resources while following less strict rules. This structure created a community bound by mutual dependence.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and mass. Lights out. That's one hell of an exclamation mark.
Stops that offense from connecting.
Oh, this could be it. They could end it right here. And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
Had existed in harmony until the King of Darkness launched an attack.
Here are your winners. The team
In
up.
response,
Alistair Black.
greatness
Bray
created
Wyatt.
a series of divine beings to combat the dark. Mani taught of a figure called the Mother of Life who bore the original man, which was basically the biblical Adam, a pure being sent to battle the forces of evil. But the original man was defeated with his light trapped in the material world, a chaotic mixture of light and darkness. This material world, which is our world, is where humanity exists.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and mass. Lights out. Dick Black just put an end to this. Pin, shoulders down. Trying to end it.
Got it. What a match and what a great team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners.
And
The team up.
given the suppressed and obscured nature the practice finds itself in today, you might be surprised to learn of the true scale of Manichaeism's spread across humanity at one point in history. Missionaries carried its teachings eastward to China, westward into the Roman Empire, and even into North Africa. It was appealing because it offered a clear explanation for the existence of evil, something that many traditional religions...
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole,
there's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. Will that be the deciding factor?
This could be it. This could be the end.
Big time win in this tag team match. It's fucking deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
Unfortunately, its success was short-lived and came at a massive cost for many of its practitioners and for Mani himself. Manichaeism's universality made it a threat to established religions. In Persia, where Zoroastrianism was the state religion, Mani's claims of being a new prophet were seen as blasphemy, and in 276, under King Bahram I,
the bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality is full force here.
You have to remember, there's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close.
Hoping that was enough. Was it?
And it's over. Big tag team win there. It's fucking deep.
Issued a book burning.
Here are your winners.
The destruction of
The team
ancient
up.
texts and the execution of its leaders. Later Christian emperors like Theodosius I continued this persecution, decreeing death for Manichaean monks and stripping followers of their rights. Manichaeism continued to persist in different corners of the East for a time, namely in China. But in 843, Emperor Wuzong began targeting foreign religions, including Manichaeism, and thousands of Manichaean...
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole. There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulder to that. Wow, talk about...
Bray Wyatt locks in the claw. This is agonizing.
It's fucking deep. And that can vanquish Tana. Winding up. There's a Samoan spike. Ouch. That's one.
The incredible Hulk Hogan sets up his opponent for
the big leg drop.
Feeling like it's over for Sikoa.
Centuries of persecution, leaving gaps in
Cover. This could be all over.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
To me that this
Here are your winners.
The team that was stomped out because it really seems like it was pushing for unity of all humanity, and it was ultimately eradicated because it challenged local authorities. You guys will have to let me know if you still like these religious sections in the Iceberg, because I know that at the beginning we were doing a lot of different cults and stuff like that. And although I'm definitely interested in that, I'm curious if you guys are more interested in the sort of corporate government expose type stuff instead. I could even potentially do like a Lost Religions Iceberg or some sort of iceberg on mythology. So let me know what you guys think in the comments. The dangers of high-energy particle collision experiments. Deep beneath the Swiss countryside, scientists have built an incredible machine known as the Large Hadron Collider, which I'm sure many of you are already at least vaguely aware of. The LHC is the world's largest and most powerful particle accelerator built by CERN near Geneva, Switzerland. It's a massive 27-kilometer underground ring lined with superconducting magnets, chilled to temperatures colder than outer space using liquid helium. Inside this tunnel, two beams of protons or heavy ions are accelerated in opposite directions to nearly the speed of light and powerful magnetic fields. These beams are kept in ultra-high vacuum tubes to prevent them Magnetic fields. These beams are kept in ultra-high vacuum tubes to prevent them from interacting with anything but each other.
We should have a couple of quick matches here. 2,000 MFP each for male and female survivors.
From interacting with anything but each other. At 4 points around the ring, the beams are smashed together, creating tiny but incredibly energetic collisions. Detectors surrounding these collision points capture the resulting particle showers, allowing scientists to study the fundamental building blocks of the universe. It's an insanely fascinating achievement, and it's being used to make some really groundbreaking discoveries in physics. With all of this being said, though, the kinds of reactions we're triggering down there are of such an experimental nature that many worry CERN is playing with forces we don't fully understand yet. And even if we think we understand them, all it takes is one incident to trigger a chain reaction that could literally end everything we know. The dangers lurking within these high-energy particle collision experiments aren't just...
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and black mass. Lights out. The lights are out for Sikoa. He's thinking he can end it here.
And they score the win. What a tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
Were actually constructed under residential and agricultural areas. A significant number of housing subdivisions lie right on top of the tunnels and within the confines of the ring on the surface. One of the most widely discussed doomsday events that could theoretically be caused by the collider is a possible microscopic black hole. When particles collide at the
bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the bloodline only has one mode: total destruction. Doesn't matter who you are, you will come to respect the bloodline.
There's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
Black might have brought this pin. Shoulders down. I put him away right now. And that's it. Scores the win for the team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
Scientists is that these microscopic black holes would evaporate almost instantly due to Hawking radiation. But the scary part is that there's always the possibility that Hawking radiation doesn't work exactly the way we think it does. What if these tiny black holes are more stable than our theories predict? What if a multitude of microscopic black holes were to form, with the number of them rising over fractions of a second with each particle collision eventually a
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Does that close it out for Black? Here's the cover.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Here are your winners.
Can we really verify the possibility that something like this won't happen? These microscopic black holes are really just the tip of the iceberg for these potential nightmare scenarios. Something less discussed is the possibility of something known as false vacuum decay. Current measurements suggest that the Higgs field, the invisible energy field that permeates all of space and gives particles their mass, might not be in its lowest possible energy
The Bloodline
state.
looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
there's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out. Into the cover.
The fate of the match is at stake. Got it. There's the winners of the tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
Transition to its true ground state. This would create a bubble of true vacuum that expands outward at the speed of light. As this bubble expands, it would rewrite the fundamental laws of physics within it to fit inside this new lower energy state within the true vacuum. Particles would have different
the bell rings. The
masses,
Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole, that this version of the Bloodline is essentially comprised of the black sheep of the family. There's a kick and Black Mass. Can he do it?
Oh, who makes the biggest save of the night?
Yanked right off the apron.
Oh, no.
In a chaotic 3-on-3 match like this, I'd like to think that teamwork is essential.
Follows the Koa. Samoa spike.
Solo can end this now.
Punch. Well executed suplex.
Uh-oh, the beginning and the end.
He's going for the pin.
Breaking up the pin.
It would be
simple but effective leg drop.
That could put Tama down for good.
There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. That has to be the end right there.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
in the extreme
Here are your
conditions,
winners.
particularly those involving heavy ions like gold or lead nuclei, strange quarks could be produced in sufficient quantities to form stable strangelets. The nightmare scenario with strangelets is that they could be more stable than ordinary atomic nuclei. This means that if a strangelet comes into contact with ordinary matter, it could convert that matter into strange matter, creating a larger, more stable strangelet. This strangelet infection could theoretically spread through all the matter it encounters. Imagine a single strangelet smaller than an...
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. The lights are out for Sikoa. Yet right off the apron.
He's making his move
for the win.
Scores the win. What a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of
also creating other forms of exotic matter that we barely understand. The quark gluon plasma produced in heavy ion collisions recreates the conditions that existed in the first microseconds after the Big Bang. This is a state of matter where the fundamental building blocks of protons and neutrons exist in a free-flowing liquid that's hotter than the core of the sun. We're creating conditions that haven't existed.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Did Black just put an end to this?
Going to the cover. Shoulders are down.
Big time win in this tag team match. It's fucking deep.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
Scenarios, forms of matter that convert a version of ordinary matter into some other more exotic state. Once started, such a process could be impossible to stop, spreading through the Earth's crust and atmosphere like a plague of transformation. These scenarios can happen so incredibly fast and stem from such incredibly complicated reactions that we could never hope to understand or act upon them in time to save Earth. We'd likely never even observe them. It would literally just be over.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and
Lights out. Feeling like it's over for Sakura.
Yeah, right on the apron. Oh, no. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Comes out on top in this tag team match. It's fucking deep.
Here are your winners. The team of.
And honestly, all we can do is sit and pray and hope that they're right, because there would be no redos after any of these points. There would be no stopping these chain reactions. The universe may hold secrets that are meant to remain hidden. Our relentless pursuit towards knowledge may be leading us into discoveries that we are not prepared to handle.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and Bloodmass. Lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Scores the win. What a great team. It's fucking deep.
It was
Here are your winners.
comprehensive
The team of Aleister Black.
specifically as the 112th project in a series of 150, hence the colloquial name Project 112. The program's primary objective was to investigate biological and chemical warfare agents, focusing on their dissemination through aerosols to achieve controlled temporary incapacitation. This concept aims to develop weapons that could temporarily disable adversaries without causing permanent harm or death.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and Bloodmass. Lights out. Does that close it out for Black? Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
And they score the win. What a tag match. It's fucking deep.
Here are your winners. The team of.
The project began in the early 1960s when Cold War tensions heightened internal fears of chemical and biological attacks. The United States aimed to study how these agents could be used offensively and how to defend against them. Every branch of the U.S. Armed Services contributed funding and personnel, with additional involvement from intelligence agencies, including, obviously, the CIA.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold. There's a kick and Bloodmass. Lights out. Checkmate. It's over. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
Here are your winners. The team of.
Troubling aspects was the fact that many participants, primarily military personnel, believed they were volunteering for routine medical tests or training exercises, unaware that they were being exposed to potentially harmful biological or chemical agents. In May 1965, agents from the Special Operations Division of the Army Chemical Corps released Bacillus globigii, a simulant for anthrax.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and Bloodmass. Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close. This could do it for the win.
Got it. What a match and what a great team. It's fucking deep.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, Bray Wyatt, and
The issue is that civilians were unknowingly exposed and involved in an experiment based entirely on the military's assumption that the bacteria was safe, an assumption backed by limited data at the time. The lack of transparency meant that any adverse effects, even minor ones, were sure to go unmonitored. The following year, from June 7th to the 10th,
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Nobody's coming back from that.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team
could be feasible, a finding that highlighted the potential dangers of biological warfare. As with the Washington, D.C. tests, local police and authorities were not informed, leaving the public vulnerable. Luckily, no widespread health crises were documented from these exposures, but the secrecy and lack of follow-up left open questions, especially as research went on to show that vulnerable individuals could
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Business here is all but over. Yeah, right off the ankle. Oh, no. He calls. Is this it? Could be.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team
which focused on sea-based tests during the 1960s. These experiments aimed to assess the vulnerability of U.S. warships to chemical and biological attacks and to develop response procedures. And this is where Project 112 started to get very disturbing. This time, ships like the USS Granville S. Hall were exposed to actual, highly dangerous agents, including sarin, VX nerve gas, and
the bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the bloodline only has capitalizing. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Tularensis, which causes tularemia. These substances were typically disseminated via aerosol sprays from aircraft or ship-mounted sprayers, creating clouds of agents that drifted over the ships.
The bloodline got
service members, often wearing minimal or no protective gear, were exposed during these exercises, which simulated actual, real-world chemical and biological attacks on U.S. service members. Many reported immediate symptoms such as respiratory distress, skin irritation, and disorientation, particularly from the nerve agents like sarin and VX, which cause severe neurological effects, even in very low doses. The long-term health impacts on the service members included chronic respiratory conditions, neurological disorders, and cancers, with some veterans, those who were eventually informed of their exposures, linking their illnesses to the experiments. For example, veterans exposed to Q fever reported...
The bell rings, the bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality is full force here.
You have to remember, Cole, that this version of the bloodline... there's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
There's the winners of the tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up. Alistair Black.
Reporting health issues they believed were linked to their participation. In 2003, Congress, through the Defense Authorization Act, mandated that the DoD identify all Project 112 tests and the personnel potentially exposed, including both service members and civilians. The 1973 CIA MK-Ultra file destruction.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
In 1973,
there's a kick. Into the cover. This might be it.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Complete destruction of all files related to MK-Ultra, the CIA's program. And this wasn't just frivolous paperwork. It was evidence of one of the most sinister experiments in American history. They wanted it gone, erased from existence, to shield the agency from the prying eyes of the public. As we've covered in the past, and as it's been covered to death on YouTube and social media in general, MK-Ultra was launched by the CIA in 1953 with the goal of manipulating...
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick.
Lights out. Does that close out for Black? He might have it.
Radiation exposure, sensory deprivation, hypnosis, and psychological torture. With all of this in mind, it's understandable why the director of the agency responsible wanted all evidence of their crimes to be wiped from any historical record. Unfortunately for the agency, this destruction was only successful in part. Some of the files managed to slip through. In 1977, a Freedom of Information Act request unearthed a cache of 20,000 documents, mostly financial records, overlooked during the purge. These papers, while not detailing every experiment, offered a window into the program's chilling realities, contributing to the tainted image that the CIA has today. In fact, most of what we know today about MK-Ultra comes directly from that accidental document discovery in '77. The documents revealed that the CIA had been dosing unsuspecting Americans with LSD, observing their reactions like lab rats.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember.
Mostly, I wanted to cover the fact
that Samoan spike. That's going to keep right down.
He kicks out instantly. Wow. That didn't go as so. There's a kick and
lights out. Will it be it? Will that be enough?
Makes the pin. This might be it. He keeps his partner alive.
My goodness.
There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close. Big time win in this tag team match.
As a result, we are left trying to piece together a nightmare.
The team up. Alistair Black, Bray Wyatt, and
at least 1,000 people were experimented on from what we know, with dozens to hundreds likely suffering significant, lasting psychological or physical harm. MK-Ultra happened decades ago at this point, and the fact that almost everything we know about it comes from this one cache of files that we just happened to find on accident leads me to believe that much of the truth surrounding MK-Ultra may never actually break through into the public. There are still major gaps in our understanding of what actually happened, and with all of the people who actually participated slowly...
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
It's hard to say what we might ever find out in the future.
Signed, sealed, and delivered.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw. It's hooked in deep.
here are your winners.
Stasis is the alternative Christian idea that every single soul, saints and sinners alike, even the worst of the worst, will one day be purified and reconciled with God. No eternal hell and no one left behind. Guaranteed eternity in paradise. It's an intriguing and comforting idea, of course, but for reasons you might already be able to see, particularly in light of the prophesied eventual judgment of humanity, it's problematic in the context of Christian teachings. The idea
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That Pat.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Did Black just put an end to this? He's on the 3 count here.
All people will ultimately be saved through Christ.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team
the New Testament's mention of the, quote, restoration of all things in Acts 3:21, which appears to challenge traditional views of eternal punishment. Acts 3:21 states, heaven must receive him until the time comes for God to restore everything, as he promised long ago through his holy prophets. In the 3rd century, Origen of Alexandria proposed that through Christ, all rational beings would be restored to their original state of unity with God. Origen's vision
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Now that's how you put the nail in the coffin. Yes, right up the ankle. Go for the cover. Shoulders are down.
And it's over. Big tag team win there. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team
and end up leading others to sin and away from the discipline necessary by traditional Christian teachings. Martin Luther, centuries later, would reject the idea, interpreting the restoration of all things as the day of resurrection and the judgment of all humans, not the redemption of the wicked. Nearly 300 years later, in AD 543, the Synod of Constantinople was convened by Byzantine Emperor Justinian I.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That Pat.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Feeling like it's over for Sokoa. Now attempts to cover. Can he keep him down?
And the universal salvation.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
33, a council representing the Catholic Church, it was declared, if anyone says or thinks that the punishment of demons and of impious men is only temporary, let him be anathema. In simpler terms, apokatastasis, the belief that all beings will ultimately be restored to God, is considered officially heretical in Catholic doctrine.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That Pat.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Does that close it out for Black? Deep into the mass. This could
Comes out on top in this tag team match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up. Aleister Black, Bray Wyatt, and Hulk.
That is painful, but ultimately restorative, potentially leading to the salvation of all. This perspective posits that God's love is so powerful that it can transform even the most corrupted souls, aligning with the idea that no one is beyond redemption, that no one is outside the merciful reach of God. In 1 Timothy chapter 2, verses 3 through 6,
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold.
There's a kick, it's Black Mass. Lights out. It's gotta be it.
And he's into the pin.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team. It's hooked in deep.
Again,
here are your winners.
The idea that through God, regardless of where you have placed your faith, will one day cleanse you and redeem you and everyone you love of the evils of the earth, and that we will all share in eternal paradise. This sounds like the natural line of thinking that God would choose if he truly wants all his people to be saved, right? However, from what I've pieced together, it's a bit more complicated than that. In Genesis, God gives Adam and Eve a choice.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole, that this version of the bloodline is essentially comprised of the black sheep of the family. The ones never...
There's a kick and flip mass. Lights out. That's one hell of an exclamation mark. Here we go. He thinks this is it.
Save made by the teammate.
Not a moment too soon.
God has given humanity the ability to choose him or to choose their own desires.
Boom! Face first.
Them from choosing their own paths,
Got it.
even if those paths are disobedience.
Sikoa might have just finished
things. Could be interpreted as controlling or retaliating.
Austin with a body slam. We know what comes next. Big leg drop by Hogan. The lights are out for Sikoa.
You see that the section upon which hepatostasis is itself
and it's over. Big tag team win there.
Which teaches the exact opposite message.
Here are your winners.
The 19 through 21 links repentance and conversion to the blotting out of sins, suggesting that a change of heart is integral to God's restorative plan. The full quotation is as follows. Repent then and turn to God so that your sins may be wiped out, that times of refreshing may come from the Lord, and that he may send the Messiah who has been appointed for you, even Jesus. Heaven must receive him until the time comes for God to restore everything, as he promised long ago through his holy prophets. For Moses said, the Lord your God will raise up for you a prophet like me from among your own people. You must listen to everything.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Did Black just put an end to this?
It looks like he could get it done here.
This is also to claim that they are a sort of info hazard. Yes, the dissemination of these ideas at all.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Will that be the deciding factor?
Turn towards sinning again.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
That they would eventually all look at. As a result, many religious ideas have lost and are now largely obscured. Voice of God weapons.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Dominating maneuvers, putting things. Can this be it? Is this the end? Got it. There's the winners of the tag match.
Oh, the knee just being torn apart now.
Here are your winners.
Which appears to come from nowhere at all, hence the term voice of God. To begin the story of how research into this technology began, we need to go back to 1953. That year, during a series of health and safety tests at the U.S. Embassy in Moscow, American technicians conducted standard background radiation testing when they detected something very unusual. Microwave
the bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Black might have brought this to a close.
Yeah, going for the cover. Solo shooting for that.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
Here are your winners.
Apartment building approximately 100 meters east of the 10th floor embassy. The highest concentration of these microwaves targeted floors 3 through 8, where most of the diplomatic and intelligence activities were taking place. The discovery was immediately classified. For years, American officials would monitor these emissions without disclosing their existence to the majority.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the bloodline only has rearing.
Right into a count. There's a kick and a blood finish.
Lights out. Goodbye and good night.
Boom, face first. Looking to go up high.
Stalking his prey. Ready to strike. Oh, look out. Diving meteor.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
It wasn't until February of 1976.
Big time win in this tag team match.
That the existence of these mysterious microwave beings.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black, Bray Wyatt, and Hogan.
That they were being irradiated. However, behind closed doors, research into the Moscow signal had been underway for over a decade. The United States sourced the signal back to suspected Soviet forces and theorized numerous different possible explanations for the microwaves, ranging from simple electronic jamming to the idea that the technology was being used to harm the health, minds, or behavior of the American.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and blood. Lights out. Checkmate. It's over.
Going for the cover. Shoulders her down.
Scores the win. What a great team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black, Bray Wyatt.
Multiple agencies, including the State Department, the CIA, and the Pentagon, with investigating the microwave emissions. ARPA's specific role was to study the effects of microwave radiation on human physiology and cognition. Thus was born DARPA Program Plan 562, better known by its code name, Project Pandora. Before diving
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold blood.
There's a kick and blood. Lights out. The lights are out for Sakura.
He's got the shoulders down. This is it.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win. It's hooked in deep.
Is essentially out of
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black, Bray Wyatt, and Hogan.
A phone, computer, or tablet, which hides your IP address and encrypts all the information you send over the internet. A subscription to private internet access shields your information from the prying eyes and hands of those looking to exploit your personal information. I always have my VPN enabled when I'm out working at libraries or coffee shops, just to make sure nobody is trying to intercept my personal information, as it happens more often than you'd think. Private internet access as VPN also allows you to change your geographic location to different countries, allowing you to view movies and TV shows on streaming services only hosted in certain regions. For example, Oppenheimer isn't currently on Netflix in the US, but using private internet access, you can switch your IP address over to Ukraine where it is listed, and all of a sudden it'll pop up in Netflix. PIA also has a policy
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the bloodline only has there's a kick and lights out. Turn the lights out.
Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
Got it. What a match and what a great team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black, Bray Wyatt, and Hogan.
Cesaro was a propulsion expert with zero background in biological sciences, but he relished running a top-secret project with the White House and CIA attention. He approached the assignment with an enthusiasm that apparently disturbed his peers. He quickly became less invested in understanding the biological mechanisms involved and more focused on developing an actual microwave weapon. Pentagon scientists like physicist Bruno Augenstein warned that DARPA's approach risked repeating the ethical missteps of past human experimentation programs like MKUltra, noting internal DARPA resistance to pursuing such crackpot research, as he called it. Despite these objections, under Richard's lordship, it indeed strayed from controlled physiological research into early Cold War microwave weapons exploration. Initial experiments on the effects of microwave radiation used monkeys trained to press levers for food rewards while exposed to microwaves mimicking those of the Moscow signal. By December 1966, Cesaro claimed a single monkey showed work stoppages under radiation, declaring that they had achieved, quote, penetration of the central nervous system. Papers for human testing under the codename Bizarre, using to expose 8 full-feature personnel to microwaves while keeping both subjects and medical staff uninformed about the true purpose. Despite this, scientific scrutiny would soon unravel its claims. As internal scientists began to review his work, they found that the experiments didn't have solid baselines or consistent protocols, making the results unreliable. Instead of following standard research practices, such as using control groups and peer review, the project relied on secretive, classified procedures and sometimes drew sweeping conclusions from very limited data, like claiming mind control effects based on the behavior of a single woman. When the data was finally examined carefully, it turned out there was no real evidence that the microwaves directly affected behavior at all. Outside the failures of Project Pandora, another researcher was making legitimate discoveries about how microwaves could interact with the human brain. American neuroscientist Alan H. Gray was the first to publish research on what would become known as the microwave auditory effect, or the Gray effect. In his 1961 paper, Human Auditory System Response to Modulated Electromagnetic Energy in the Journal of Applied Physiology, Gray was able to document phenomena which Project Pandora had tried but failed to uncover. In his experiments, Dr. Gray was able to induce audible sounds from appropriately pulsed microwave radiation within the brains of the subjects. This was done from distances ranging from inches to hundreds of feet from the transmitter. Gray discovered that perceived loudness really would keep power density rather than average power density, hence the necessity of high power magnetic pulses. Subjects described the induced sounds variously as a buzz, clicking, hiss, or knocking, depending on several transmitter parameters, for example, the pulse width and pulse repetition rate. By adjusting these parameters, Gray could produce even more dramatic effects, including the sensation of violent banging within the head or creating a, quote, pins and needles sensation. Gray even tested his methods on deaf subjects, finding that they indeed still experienced the auditory sensations. This finding suggests that the effect does not rely on traditional hearing processes. Instead, the effect is believed to result from photoelastic expansion of brain tissue, which generates pressure waves that are transmitted to the cortical, where nerve impulses related to hearing are produced. This all results in the perception of sound without the presence of any actual sound waves. The implications of this discovery are profound. If microwaves can be used to generate sounds directly within a person's head, potential applications, both beneficial and sinister, are enormous. Decades after these Cold War era experiments, the U.S. military would develop technologies that built upon some of these discoveries. One such system was Medusa, a live-access deterrent using solid audio. Medusa creates a directed energy weapon which applies the principles of Gray's microwave audio effect to create uncomfortable or disorienting sensations in targeted individuals. traditional acoustic weapons, Medusa seemingly had the potential to transmit intelligible speech directly into an individual person's head without surrounding individuals hearing anything. The significant impact of suddenly hearing voices with no apparent source would be severely disorienting, making it a disturbing yet effective crowd control tool. Medusa represents the counter-revolution research that began with those early investigations into the Moscow signal and the Ray effect. While hunting and rafting to find evidence that simple microwave exposure could control minds, the discovery that pulsed microwaves could create auditory sensations opened the door to more sophisticated applications. Medusa didn't need to control minds. It simply needed to create confusion, discomfort, and psychological impact through the perception of sound or wisely. Medusa originated in 2003 when the U.S. Navy awarded a small business innovative research contract to Waveband Corporation to explore whether the microwave auditory effect could be harnessed as a non-lethal crowd control technology, as well as to investigate whether the microwave pulses could be used to transmit speech directly into the skull without the use of sound waves. During the Phase 1 development period between 2003 and 2004, Waveband demonstrated in laboratory settings that a portable, low-power microwave emitter would reliably produce uncontrollable auditory sensations at ranges up to 50 meters, causing test subjects to vacate a target zone. Encouraged by these early results, the Navy extended the contract into Phase 2 from 2005 to 2006. During this period, another company, Sierra Nevada Corporation, acquired Waveband and continued refining Medusa's design, allowing the prototype to switch between binary modes and narrow beam modes for individual engagement. In 2006 and 2007, prototype field trials conducted at the defense test ranges validated that operators could modulate pulse repetition frequencies to vary the perceived pitch and intensity of the internal sounds, with subjects reporting sensations likened to knocks, hisses, or even a loud, high-pitched buzz that forced immediate retreat from the beam. Concurrent safety studies, however, raised red flags. Bioengineering experts at the University of Pennsylvania and the University of Washington warned that achieving speech-level intelligibility would require core densities so high that as if it were actually inside a microwave oven. By 2008, Sierra Nevada formally suspended Medusa's development. They cited multiple concerns, the lack of informed consent protocols in potential real-world use, and insufficient safety margins to prevent permanent neurological damage under worst-case exposure scenarios. In In the public eye, and according to the unclassified documents we have access to regarding these Voice of God weapons, this would appear to be the end of the paper trail. Except for one small hiccup which occurred in 2004 on the U.S. Army's official government website.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. That's a game ender, gentlemen. Swept the leg right out from under.
Attempting high-risk move after high-risk move at a breakneck pace. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, Bray Wyatt, and Hulk Hogan.
That's a big victory for these three here tonight. Never a good...
Sound modulation may be voice or audio subliminal messages. It appears the site was first published in 2004, with its earliest capture on archive.org appearing on January the 12th of that year. However, from what I can tell, according to the Internet Archive, by the 28th of February, just over a month later, this entry seems to have been...
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack...
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
That could put Solo down.
Going for the pin for the win.
Comes out on top in this tag team match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of
Silverstein insurance policy on the World Trade Center. In the summer of 2001, a real estate transaction took place in New York City that would later become the subject of intense scrutiny and speculation. Larry Silverstein, a prominent real estate mogul...
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack...
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Nobody's coming back from that.
Shoulders down. This could be it.
Big time win in this tag team match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
History that they had changed hands from public to private ownership. Silverstein Properties, along with Westfield America, paid $3.2 billion for this lease, with Silverstein himself reportedly putting down just $14 million of his own money, while the rest came from investors and bank loans. The financial aspects of Silverstein's World Trade Center deal become even more intriguing when examining the insurance provisions.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of...
Contained language about what constituted an occurrence. After the attacks, Silverstein's legal team used this language to argue that the two play strikes constituted two separate occurrences, effectively doubling the potential insurance payout. This aggressive legal strategy sparked years of litigation. While Silverstein initially sought $7.1 billion in insurance claims, he ultimately collected...
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Now's the time to capitalize.
Hoping that was it. Was it?
And it's over. Big tag team win there. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of...
As time went on since they were built, the data mounted that asbestos was a definite, serious carcinogen. Full removal was thus considered both necessary and prohibitively expensive. Estimates placed the cost of complete asbestos abatement at over $1 billion, a staggering sum that would have fallen entirely on Silverstein under the terms of the lease.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
there's a kick and blood pass. Lights out. Put a bow on it. This one's wrapped up. Got face first. Coach. Got the cover. Is it enough to close this out?
Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
With his $4.5 billion in insurance payouts and turned what would have been a massive financial liability into a huge payday. Perhaps one of the most discussed aspects of Larry Silverstein's connection to 9/11 revolves around his absence from the World Trade Center on that fateful morning. By his own admission, Silverstein had established a rigid personal routine that included...
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and blood pass. Lights out. Feeling like it's over for Sikoa. This is it. He could put him away, but here.
Scores the win. What a great team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of...
Where were you on September 9th?
I was home. And the only reason I wasn't where I was every morning, my mornings were spent usually at a breakfast meeting at Windows, at 8 o'clock breakfast meeting, Windows, that's out there, and then going down and visiting my tenants.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
there's a kick and blood pass. Lights out. Aleister just turned the lights out. He's going for the cover for the win.
And they score the win. What a tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, Bray Wyatt, and...
This arbitrary appointment apparently saved his life. Beyond Silverstein himself, his two children, who both worked at the World Trade Center, were also conspicuously absent that morning. His son Roger and daughter Lisa, both executives at Silverstein Properties, had meetings scheduled outside the towers on that particular day. The entire Silverstein family's absence on a day when...
the Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
there's a kick and blood pass. Lights out. That can certainly do it.
And here's the cover.
Could be it. Got it. There's the winners of the tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of...
I believe history should always be confronted to prove that it stands up to legitimate scrutiny, even if the official narrative is indeed correct. That being said, after 9/11, Silverstein's financial position improved dramatically. Beyond the insurance payouts, he maintained development rights for the World Trade Center site and received substantial government subsidies for reconstruction. The new buildings, constructed with modern specifications...
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack...
there's a kick and blood pass. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
Tonga Low reverses and looks to capitalize.
Oh, this could be it. They can end it right here. Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team of...
without the attacks. This dramatic reversal of financial fortune from a questionable investment to a highly profitable enterprise has been cited by conspiracy theorists as evidence of motive. While correlation does not prove causation, the financial benefits that accrued to Silverstein following the tragedy have remained a central focus of those questioning his role.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. The lights are out for Sikoa. Yes, this has to be it.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match.
Here are your winners. The team up.
And come to their own conclusions without being told what to think. Regardless of your interpretations of this information, I encourage all of you to share your different views in the comments below. Home printers leave invisible tracking dots. Imagine you print a confidential document at home.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. There is no coming back from that. Yes, this could be it for the win.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up. Alistair Black.
This isn't science fiction or some distant dystopian future. This is happening right now and has likely already happened to you on almost every document printed in homes and offices across the world. Your printer has been secretly tagging your documents with nearly invisible yellow dots, which reveal exactly which printer produced the document, when it was printed, and with the right digging, who it was printed by.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. That's got to be the end right there. Yank right off the apron. Oh, no. Looking to end this once and for all.
And it's over. Big tag team win there.
Strategically scattered across the entire page.
Here are your winners. The team up.
Was deliberately chosen because it's the least noticeable on white paper, especially under normal lighting. But illuminate that same page with a blue LED light or examine it under a microscope, and the truth emerges. A constellation of dots forming a simple yet sophisticated encoding system. The origin of these tracking dots traces back to a collaboration between the U.S. government and printer manufacturers.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Deep Black just put an end to this. It looks like he can get it done here.
Makes the save, and they continue this match.
Xerox pioneered this mechanism for its Dr. Color line of printers.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. No, it's about. That's going to do it.
There's two.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team up.
What began with Xerox and Canon quickly spread throughout the industry, becoming a standard implemented by virtually every major manufacturer of color laser printers, all intentionally without informing the consumer. The public remained completely unaware of this tracking system for decades. It wasn't until October 2004 that the curtain was partially pulled back, when Dutch authorities used the tracking dots to identify counterfeiters.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold blood.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Feeling like it's over for Sikoa. Yes, right up the into the cover. This might be it.
Scores the win. What a great team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up. Alistair Black.
Was being encoded in our documents. You may be wondering how these dots actually encode information. When you print a document on a color laser printer, the device embeds a grid of 15 by 8 yellow dots throughout the page. This grid pattern repeats across the entire document, carefully offset to ensure the grids don't overlap. The dots form a binary code Much like the punch cards used in early computing.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Will that be it? Will that be enough?
Is victory close? This could be it.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
And that was a successful bit of offense with that maneuver.
Here are your winners. The team
is far more extensive than most people realize. Embedded within this grid is your printer's serial number, the model information, as well as a timestamp showing exactly when the document was printed. This combination of data creates a unique fingerprint that can be traced back to the specific device used to create the document. In cases where the printer was purchased with a credit card, registered for a warranty, or connected to the internet.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders it out.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team
in the 2016 U.S. election. The document, as detailed by Wikipedia and CBS News, revealed Russian military attempts to interfere with the 2016 election by hacking a U.S. voting software supplier and sending phishing emails to over 120 local election officials in November of 2016. It indicated that Russian hackers accessed voter registration rolls, though it was unclear if any changes were made.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close.
Yes, we have a pin. Our shoulders are down.
And they score the win. What a tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black, Bray Wyatt, and Hogan.
These dots, revealing the exact time the document was printed. 6:20 a.m. on May 9th, 2017, along with the serial number of the printer used by winner. While the FBI has never officially confirmed that these tracking dots led to winner's identification, the timeline of events and the document's traceability through these dots strongly suggest they played a crucial role in her rapid apprehension. Within just hours of the document's publication, authorities had identified and arrested her.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here in WWE.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Did Black just put an end to this?
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Comes out on top in this tag team match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team
What makes the surveillance mechanism so effective is its invisibility, both physically and in the public psyche. The vast majority of people still have no idea that their printer is essentially signing their name to every document they produce, no matter what they're printing, creating an unbroken chain of evidence that can be followed directly back to them. Consider for a moment the essential role that anonymous printed communication has played throughout history.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. The lights are out for Sikoa.
Yes, he goes for the pin.
Could this be it?
Oh, he got the shoulder up.
That sucked all the air out of this place. It looked like a done deal.
Will Wyatt end it here? Ooh, and he manages to reverse.
Oh no, Samoan spike.
Black got caught with all of it.
Thunderous clothesline.
Ooh, stiff punch. Look at this strength. Look at this power slam.
Ooh, boom.
Leg drop. It's effective. The Hulk.
This is not going to be good. We know what comes next. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down. The cover.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
There's no need to be paranoid here, but certain
Here are your winners.
The team in protecting yourself. This revelation about printer tracking dots should make us be a little bit more aware of how other devices in our homes may be used to track our behaviors. Our phones, speakers, cars, and other household appliances all have increasing capabilities of being able to track our activities in ways we may not be able to comprehend or understand yet until it's too late. Sacred geometry.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here.
Counter. Right when it was needed. Answer after answer for each other's offense. Both superstars countering. There's a kick and blood matters. Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out. This is it. He could put it away right here.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black, Bray Wyatt, and Hogan.
Huge win here in six-man tag team action. Never a good thing when the bloodline doesn't get their way.
Who introduced it to Western mathematics in the year 1202. This seemingly simple sequence begins with 0 and 1, with each subsequent number being the sum of the two preceding ones. This leads to the string of numbers 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, and so on, continuing infinitely. This precise numerical sequence manifests with...
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack...
There's a kick and blood matters. Lights out. Does that close it out for Black? Yeah, right on the apron. Oh, no. It could be it. For the 3 count.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of...
And then count them anyway. The numbers you get are almost always two Fibonacci numbers, like 34 and 55, or 55 and 89. This happens because the sunflower uses a special angle, about 137.5 degrees, to place each new seed. This angle is called the golden angle, and it's related to the golden ratio, a number that, like the Fibonacci sequence, pops up all over nature and art. As it turns out, by following the principles of the Fibonacci sequence and the golden angle, the sunflower achieves the most efficient possible arrangement of seeds, packing them as tightly and efficiently as possible, without large gaps or wasted
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
there's a kick and lights out. The lights are out for Sakura. Got the cover. This might be the end. And a kick out at 2.5. I thought for sure he was done.
It's hooked in deep.
Ray may have sealed things up.
These numbers appear with such statistical
moonsault.
Species that somebody
tossed back into the ring.
Profound may be at work.
There's a kick. Simple but effective leg drop.
Is that all she wrote from Tonga Loa?
There's a kick and
Weak shot. Dick Black just put an end to this.
2 count.
Scores the win. What a great team.
Here are your winners. The team.
Even looking at the human body, the ratio between various body parts, from your head to your feet, your finger joints, even the spiral of your ear, follows this divine proportion. Even the human face appears to be considered most beautiful when the mouth and nose are each positioned at golden sections of the distance between the eyes and the bottom of the chin. This isn't limited to humans.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember.
Turns that in his favor.
There's a kick. It's Bloodline. Lights out. Dominating maneuver. Could end things.
Boom! Face first. Ooh. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of
Spiral. Both Fibonacci numbers. Even the cochlea of our inner ear follows these blueprints. Similar spirals seen in the sunflower also appear in pine cones, pineapples, and perhaps most dramatically in Romanesco broccoli. This vegetable, with its mesmerizing spirals and intricate structure, is frequently described as a natural...
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
there's a kick and lights out. Business here is out of the door. Yang going for the cover. He might just have it. And it's over. Big tag team win there.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black.
The formation of clouds, and even the tiny alveoli in our lungs all display fractal properties. Inside our bodies, nerve cells, which function through processes at the cell surface, form fractal patterns that maximize surface area within a limited volume, a critical adaptation for proper neural function. Why does nature so consistently employ these specific mathematical patterns?
the bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick. Lights out. Does that close it out for Black? Yeah, right up the apron. Oh, no. Big time win in this tag team match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of
all scales. This idea takes us beyond simple observations of natural patterns and into the realm of sacred symbols that have been revered across cultures for millennia. One of the most significant of these is the flower of life, a geometric pattern consisting of 19 equally overlapping circles arranged with six-fold symmetry. This symbol has been discovered in ancient sites worldwide, with the earliest known...
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out. Here we go. He thinks this is it. Got it. There's the winners of the tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of
fundamental patterns of the universe, a literal blueprint of creation containing the basic patterns from which everything from atoms to cells to planets is constructed. Secret geometry finds perhaps its most visible expression in the great architectural achievements of human civilization. The Parthenon in Athens, constructed between 447 to 432 BC, incorporates the golden ratio throughout its design. From its overall
ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole.
There's a kick. It's lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Got it. What a match and what a great team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of
coincidental alignments, but deliberate design choices reflecting the belief that sacred proportions create harmony that resonates with the human soul. Leonardo da Vinci explicitly incorporated sacred geometry into his artwork, most famously in the Vitruvian Man, which demonstrates how the human body embodies divine proportions. The drawing illustrates how the human form fits perfectly within both a circle...
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and lights out. Does that close it out for Black? Yes, right up the ankle. Oh, no.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
here's the winners of the tag match.
Here are your winners. The team up.
Perhaps no architectural structures have generated more speculation regarding sacred geometry than the pyramids of Egypt, particularly the Great Pyramid of Giza. Built with astonishing precision around 2560 BC, this structure embodies numerous mathematical relationships that seem impossible for its time. The pyramid's orientation aligns almost perfectly with
ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole.
There's a kick and black mass. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
Yank way up the ankle. He's got the shoulders down. This is it.
Scores the win. What a great team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
Speed of light in a vacuum. 299,792,458 meters per second. I suppose it's possible that this is a coincidence, but such precise alignments have led many researchers to question whether these ancient builders possessed advanced mathematical knowledge far beyond what conventional history acknowledges.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the bloodline only has... there's a kick and mass. Lights out.
Goodbye and good night.
Oh, he had that scouted. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team up.
Contemplate. Industrial society and its future. I'd like to preface by saying that, yes, I know this one definitely should have been higher on the iceberg, but because I'm adding onto the chart as we go, I can't go back and add it higher. Still, I want to dive into it anyways. Also, before I say anything else, no, I don't support the violent beliefs and actions of the Unabomber. Industrial Society and Its Future is the manifesto of Ted Kaczynski, better known as the Unabomber, who killed 3 and injured 23 others between 1978 and 1995 in a mail-bombing terrorism campaign targeted against people who he accused of advancing modern technology and harming the environment. Due to the widely covered nature of the Unabomber, we'll be focusing less on Ted's life and more on the contents of his manifesto, where Kaczynski outlines his beliefs, many of which are largely shared ideas within the American consciousness, as well as his proposed solutions, which are, let's say, not so ubiquitous. In the fall of 1995, the 35,000-word essay appeared as a special supplement in the Washington Post. Behind the dense philosophical text was, of course, Ted Kaczynski, the Harvard-educated mathematician who had retreated to a primitive cabin in Montana. Parts of the manifesto express ideas that millions of Americans harbor and discuss all the time: that technology is advancing too quickly, modern life feels hollow, and that beneath our apparent progress lies a profound loss of autonomy and self-sufficiency. The manifesto opens with the striking declaration that, quote, "The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race." Ted argues that modern technological society has not delivered the promised utopia, but has instead created a world where genuine human fulfillment is increasingly hard to achieve. The industrial technological system, according to Kaczynski, forces people into unnatural patterns of behavior and removes meaningful autonomy from their lives. In his view, technology was not the neutral tool that most Americans imagined, but an active force with its own momentum. one that reshapes
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and flat mass. Lights out. Well, it could put Solo down for good. Oh, what a crash. Shut the door. This could be over. And they score the win. What a tag match.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair
hasn't shifted to depend on the systems we have created. This perspective stands in stark contrast to the techno-optimism that dominated American culture in the mid-1990s, when the internet was emerging and digital technology promised to solve humanity's problems. Delving deeper into the manifesto reveals one of its most psychologically penetrating concepts: surrogate activities. Kaczynski defines
the bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and flat mass. Lights out. Deep black. Just put an end to this. A pin. We have a pin. Wow, got it. Big time tag team win. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black, Bray Wyatt, and Hogan.
The bloodline taking the loss in this one.
The blood substitutes. The consumption of entertainment, sports, political activism, climbing the corporate ladder, all of these activities Kaczynski categorizes as surrogate activities, which give the illusion of meaning, but ultimately fail to satisfy our deepest needs for genuine autonomy and purpose. He argues that primitive societies naturally provided the conditions for fulfilling the power process through essential survival tasks that required skill.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, there's a kick and flat mass. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down. Yes, right up the end. Going for the win. Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team.
So far, these ideas seem pretty tame, common, and honestly, objectively true in many ways. And I think that's why this document makes people feel so uncomfortable. People who, out of sheer curiosity, listen to the words of the historically condemned and find that their words harbor elements of truth are prone to feel a sense of guilt. To agree with the ideas of someone as evil in the general
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold.
There's a kick and flat mass. Lights out. Alistair just turns the lights out. Time to 3 count here. Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
Here are your winners.
Herein lies a sort of middle way which exists in reference to a number of complex figures throughout history, such as left and right-wing political candidates, for example. Within reason, I don't think anybody really believes that they are evil. Kaczynski, for example, believed that he was spreading an important message with the goal of returning humanity to a place of fulfillment. Although there may have been truth embedded
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and flat mass. Lights out. Feeling like it's over for Sikoa. Going in for the win here. And that's it. Scores the win for the team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of
to increasingly oppressive forms of social control. He foresaw genetic engineering being used to modify human beings to better serve the system's needs, rather than to enhance human freedom. He described a future where technology would progressively narrow the sphere of human freedom, not through conscious malice or elite conspiracy, but through industry's inherent need for efficiency and control. A complex, but nonetheless observable truth.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the bloodline only has one. There's a kick and flat mass.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team
Minority and over socialization. Yet he equally dismisses conservatives as, quote, fools who whine about the decay of traditional values, yet enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. The very forces he believes are destroying those values. This independence helps explain why elements of his critique resonate across both sides of the aisle, as these positions closer to the center of the political spectrum.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold blood. There's a kick.
Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close.
Now into the cover.
The fate of the match is at stake. Comes out on top in this tag team match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of
presents a dark ecological vision. He argues that industrial civilization is inherently destructive to the natural world, not because of specific policies, but because of its fundamental structure and momentum. The continuous need for resources, energy, and expansion means that environmental destruction is not a bug, but a feature of technological society. Even green technologies, in his view,
the bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick. Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out. And now the cover.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair.
System cannot be modified to become truly compatible with human freedom or ecological health. Kaczynski dismisses small-scale reforms as ultimately futile, arguing that the system will either root around them or co-opt them. It is this absolutist stance which directly leads to his most controversial conclusion that the only viable solution is revolution aimed at completely destroying...
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here.
There's a kick. Lights out.
That's got to be it.
Going to the cover. Shoulders are down.
And it's over. Big tag team win there. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of
were justified. This leap from critique to violence represents the manifesto's moral failure, and it's a failure that we are seeing more and more in today's discussions of solutions to the problems of our world. Abstract principles and ideologies separated from basic human empathy can lead to horrific conclusions and decisions.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick. Lights out. That's one hell of an exclamation mark. Yeah, boy, off the apron.
Oh, no. He's going for the cover.
For the win.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of
as, quote, a rational man with reasonable beliefs about technology. James Q. Wilson wrote in the New York Times that, quote, if it is the work of a madman, then the writings of many political philosophers, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Thomas Paine, Karl Marx, are scarcely more sane. These reactions reveal how Kaczynski's critique made people uncomfortable because it articulated anxieties already present.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold.
There's a kick. Lights out. Does that close it out for Black?
The cover.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
First and foremost, reject the violence that Kaczynski supported.
Here are your
We
winners.
need to ensure that
The
basic
team
technologies serve as the benchmark by which we measure technology's progress rather than adapting humanity's goals for these technological systems. We are observing this now with social media and, more pressingly, with the construction of AI technology, which threatens to outsource that which makes us human, our creativity, to technology. Although I obviously don't have a solution to this complex problem, I do know that it can't be born out of senseless, aimless violence.
Ice in their veins.
Instead,
That's
we
perhaps
must
the
target
only way to
problems
describe this
of
version of the
corruption,
bloodline. Cole,
selfishness,
there's a kick and
Lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
Shoulder down. Could this be it?
And they score the win. What a tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
CIA black sites. In the aftermath of September 11th, 2001, a covert network of hidden prisons.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down. He's going to the pin.
Scores the win. What a great team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of
U.S. officials, in some cases, limited literally solely to the United States president, along with the senior intelligence officers in the host countries. However, with time, proof of the sites and the horrific operations which took place within them leaked like blood through bandages to the public. The program's architects justified these sites as necessary to extract intelligence from high-value detainees, especially those related to terrorist groups targeted by the United States.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole, there's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. The lights are out for Sikoa. He connects with a counter. Face the pin. This might be it.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners.
The team operated by shell companies to evade scrutiny. The genesis of this system traces back to a classified presidential directive signed weeks after 9/11, authorizing the CIA to capture, detain, and interrogate suspects of terrorism without procedural safeguards. Eastern European nations, eager to acquire favor with Washington, lent out their airfields and unused military compounds to the CIA.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Feeling like it's over for Sikoa.
Face mask.
Dodges out of the way. Oh, man.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down. Nice power down at two. I can't believe it.
Are you kidding me?
183 waterboarding sessions, a fact later confirmed by Senate investigators who also...
And how exactly do you put your ego aside in a six-man tag team match? There's a lot of pride on both sides here.
But if you're smart, you place victory as priority number one. Because if one wins, you all win. Play for the team now. If you want to fight over the credit, challenge them.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Black might have brought this to a close.
There's two.
It's over. Big tag team win there.
The CIA captured
Here are your winners.
data
The team of
Pakistan on the initial belief that he was a top-tier al-Qaeda operative deeply involved in terrorist planning and logistics. They claimed he was the number 3 or 4 figure in the organization and a key recruiter for future attacks. This belief led to his subsequent torture at black sites. However, CIA contractors would later admit that they realized quite early on that he
ice in their
didn't
veins.
appear
That's
to
perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. Turn the lights out. Shoulders down. Going for the win. Big time win in this tag team match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team.
Conclusive evidence linking him to specific terrorist plots against the United States. Despite this, he was waterboarded at least 83 times in a single month. He was placed in small boxes for extended periods of time, including a coffin-sized box, and later an even smaller one measuring 21 inches wide, 2.5 feet deep, and 2.5 feet.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. Dick Black just put an end to this for the win.
Kick out.
Down to the wire. Who's going to give in first? And that can fake.
Squeezing the foot. Bear hug. And a way to get out of it is being on display right here. Wards that off. What a response. So, Andy counters.
Targeting a body part, working the arm. This fight seems to be heading in our direction. Be ready to evacuate, gentlemen.
This aircraft became notorious.
Yikes! A stomp to the...
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
A German citizen seized by Macedonian authorities.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team
First, border officials detained him because his name closely resembled that of a suspected terrorist. They confiscated his passport and held him in isolation at a local hotel for 23 days.
Yeah.
During this period, he was repeatedly interrogated and threatened to coerce a confession, despite his pleas for legal representation and consular assistance. After nearly 3 weeks in confinement, Macedonian authorities handed El-Masri over to a CIA rendition team. Eventually, he was violently removed from his room, stripped, beaten, and subjected to extreme humiliation. Reports indicate that during this handover, he was even forcibly seized with a suppository, a tactic described by the CIA as inducing capture shock to break a detainee's resistance. Handcuffed and beaten, El-Masri was loaded onto the N-379P Gulfstream 5 rendition aircraft, which flew him to Afghanistan's Salt Pit Prison, a derelict factory where guards doused prisoners with ice water.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down. Yanking right off the apron. Oh, no. Into the cover for the win. Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black, Bray Wyatt.
Acknowledged that his detention was a grave mistake. His wrongful rendition and the subsequent abuse became a symbol of the excesses of post-9/11 counterterrorism practices. When CIA analysts realized his innocence, they ordered his release and repatriation back to Germany, but offered no apology or compensation. A subsequent ruling of the European Court of Human Rights condemned Macedonia's collaboration in the kidnapping, awarding El-Masri 60,000 euros in damages, a paltry sum against the cost of his shattered mind. Another aircraft...
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. There is no coming back from that. He's got him down. Here we go. And they score the win. What a tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of...
Kidnapped as part of a covert operation, involving both Italian intelligence and the CIA. Eyewitness accounts and later investigations revealed that he was taken by men in plain clothes and masked operatives before being quickly transported out of Italy without any judicial process. Once abducted, he was transferred to Egyptian custody, where reports indicate that he was detained and subjected
The
to
bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. The lights are out for Sikoa. Yeah. Now attempts to cover. Can he keep him down?
Got it. What a tag match we just saw. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
Sentencing him to 6 years in prison. However, the trial was conducted all without him even being present, and Omar, along with his defenders, contended that the evidence was circumstantial, indirectly pointing to his guilt, but lacking the necessary concrete evidence to prove it. They also argued that it was clearly heavily influenced by political considerations. His lawyer and several human rights
Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out. Going for the cover. Shoulder to down.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
Remains disputed. While Italian courts apparently found enough evidence to convict him, significant criticism has been directed towards the case and whether or not it truly proved his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Italian prosecutors later convicted 22 CIA operatives for the kidnapping, though none faced extradition. Regardless of his guilt, it was clear that Italy was complicit in an operation which stripped Omar of his human rights before a formal conviction was made.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close. The cover. Is it in?
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team up.
Thailand. These recordings captured the use of their enhanced interrogation techniques, such as waterboarding. Many who have witnessed these techniques describe them plainly as torture. CIA official Jose Rodriguez, who served as director of the National Clandestine Service of the CIA, ordered the destruction of the tapes, stating that it was necessary.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Feeling like it's over for Sikoa. Yeah, he's thinking he can end it here.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
The Department of Justice later launched investigations into the incident, though ultimately no charges were ever filed against those involved. I'd like to emphasize that we are talking about very detailed and complicated cases here. Following the September 11th terrorist attacks, pressure was extremely high to dismantle terrorists operating in the Middle East and to prevent a similar attack from occurring on American soil. The CIA.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out.
Signed, sealed, and delivered. He's got him down to the pin. And it's over. Big tag team win there.
Here are your winners. The team up. Alistair.
Resisting the temptations of stooping down to the levels of our enemies, even and especially to those who deserve it and have done so much to destroy our way of life. It's my belief that you should provide your enemies with the same privileges that they aim to take away from you as protest to their aggression and hate. disappearance of Emanuela Orlandi. We now go to the city of Rome,
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out.
This could do it for the win.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black, Bray Wyatt, and
seat of Catholic power. That Wednesday afternoon, she left her home in the Vatican around 4:00 p.m., heading to a music lesson at Tommaso Ludovico da Vittoria School in Rome. The young flutist initially asked her brother Pietro to drive her because of the scorching heat, but he had other commitments. I've gone over it so many times, telling myself if only I had accompanied her, maybe it wouldn't have happened. The rest of Pietro's life would forever be marked by that moment of
ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here in WWE.
Come on. There's a kick and fellers. That could put Tama down for good.
Big time win in this tag team match.
here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black.
The pace seemed unusually generous, perhaps too generous. Frederica suggested her sister discuss the matter with their parents first. This phone call would be the final time any member of the Orlandi family would speak to Emanuela. She was last seen around 7:30 p.m. at a bus stop in Corso Rinascimento in front of Palazzo Madama, in the company of another girl who remains unidentified to this day.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the bloodline only has one. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close.
This could be it. This could be the end.
Comes out on top in this tag team match. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of
Emanuela was officially declared missing. Over the next 2 days, announcements of her disappearance pleading for any information regarding her whereabouts would appear across the Italian news media. The case took its first strange turn just days after Emanuela vanished. On June 25th, 3 days following the disappearance, a young man identifying himself as Pier Luigi called the Orlandi family.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
there's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Nobody's coming back from that. With the cover. This might be it.
Got it. What a match and what a great team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of.
This detail about the job offer from Avon wasn't yet public knowledge. This, among other highly specific facts, including descriptions of the flute she had brought to her music lesson, long dark hair, and a pair of glasses she typically preferred not to wear. Pier Luigi called twice more over the following days, providing additional details that seemed to confirm that the sighting was genuine.
ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Does that close out the Black? Yeah, right up the air. Oh, no.
Going for the cover.
Someone shoulders her down.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of.
The officers noted that the man was driving a dark green BMW. In what would become one of the strangest aspects of this case, Danji managed to track down this car, discovering that it belonged to a woman and was being repaired because the front right window of the car had been shattered from the inside out. A detail that raised suspicions about a possible struggle or attempt to escape.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Does that close it out for Black? Cover. This could be it.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, Bray Wyatt, and
On July 8th, 1983, 16 days after her disappearance, a caller identifying himself as the American phoned one of Emanuela's classmates, claiming to hold the girl hostage on behalf of an unnamed terrorist group, and demanded the release of Mehmet Ali Agca, the imprisoned would-be assassin of Pope John Paul II. This individual speaking...
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack...
there's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
Oh, ouch. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
here are your winners. The team of
while maintaining an increasingly suspicious and implausible facade. Among the messages received was a letter purportedly from an organization calling itself the Turkish Anti-Christian Turkesh Liberation Front. This group claimed to have Orlandi in custody and provided details, even down to the most minute, of her personal appearance that suggested inside knowledge.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Now that's how you put the nail in the coffin. This could be it. It could end right here.
Scores the win. What a great team. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, Bray Wyatt, and
letters about Emanuela, including the number of moles on her back, coincidentally aligned precisely with Vatican medical records of the girl. This revelation suggested complicity from within the Vatican towards this supposed terrorist group, as only personnel with access to restricted archives could have provided such specific information.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Feeling like it's over for Sikoa.
And the cover.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team. It's hooked in deep.
here are your winners. The team of...
as well as handwriting. What they found would absolutely shake the foundations of this entire theory behind Emanuela's disappearance. It was discovered that the stylistic fingerprint matched with documents produced by the Banda della Maliana, a Roman organized crime syndicate with deep ties to Vatican financial operations.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
It could be all over.
Keeps his team in. Wyatt's got the claw hook.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. No ifs about it. That's going to do it.
And they score the win. What a tag match.
Here are your winners. The team...
I realized how absolutely insane this whole thing might actually be, and the horrifically disturbing implications for Emanuela. Maurizio Abatino, the man who likely made the 1983 phone calls, is a former Italian criminal and one of the original bosses of the Banda della Maliana. Again, this group has long been suspected of colluding with the Vatican.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole. There's a kick and lights out. That could put Solo down for good. Here's the pin attempt. He made the save just in time.
There's some historical background in the early 1980s. The collapse of
there's a kick and face first. Alistair just turned the lights out. Quickly transition. Shoulders are down. Scores the win. What a great team.
Here are your winners. The team up.
The gang is alleged to have been involved in extorting or pressuring the Vatican into returning large sums of money after the bank's collapse. A man named Enrico De Pitis was another boss and founder of the Banda della Maliana, alongside Maurizio Abatino. His girlfriend, Sabrina Minardi, later testified that De Pitis instructed her to take a teenage girl whom she later identified
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole,
there's a kick and black mass. Lights out. That can certainly do it.
Pagano reverses and looks to capitalize. Going to the cover. Solo, shoulders are down.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team up.
To a single room. Subsequently, Minardi stated that she was directed to transport the girl to a Vatican petrol station. There, they were met by a black Mercedes with Vatican license plates. A man dressed in priestly attire exited the vehicle, and together, they transferred the girl into the Mercedes. Minardi recounted confronting De Pitis afterward, questioning the nature of the situation.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember,
capitalizing on
there's a kick and lights out. Black might have brought this to a close.
Going to the cover. Solo, shoulders are down.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
As part of a broader power struggle, Minardi further asserted that she had delivered cash-filled Louis Vuitton bags to Marcinkus' apartment on multiple occasions. All of this may suggest that the terrorism narrative served as cover for a more sinister transaction, one implicating high-ranking clergy in crimes ranging from financial fraud to human trafficking. In the decades
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold blood.
There's a kick and black mass. Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close. Oh, no. He's going for the pin. Big time win in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team up.
It's this last theory that has gained particular strength over the years. As investigators scrutinized the circumstances of Emanuela's disappearance, many began to doubt that she had been forcibly abducted. The fact that she disappeared from one of Rome's busiest streets in broad daylight without anyone witnessing a struggle suggested that she may have willingly gone with someone she knew.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and black mass. Lights out. Will that be the deciding factor? Shoulders down. This might do it. Got it. Big time tag team win. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners. The team up.
Her brother Pietro has consistently pressed the Vatican for information, believing church authorities know more than they've admitted. However, the Vatican has maintained strict silence about the matter, denying any involvement. The sexual abuse angle of the case gained substantial momentum in 2016 with the publication Atto di Dolore, or Act of Sorrow, a book by Italian journalist Tommaso Nelli.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
And it's over. Big tag team win there. It's hooked in deep.
Here are your winners.
Later featured in the 2022 Netflix documentary series Vatican Girl: The Disappearance of Emanuela Orlandi. So in this version, the woman stated that Emanuela made this revelation just 1 week before she disappeared. Further fuel was added to the Vatican sex scandal theory in December of 2022 when Italian journalist Alessandro Ambrosini published a recording of Marcello Neroni, a man with connections to the Banda della Maliana.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole.
There's a kick and lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out. Into the pit. Is that enough?
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match. It's hooked in deep.
Searching for
Here are your winners. The team.
Another layer to the mystery emerged in 2017 when Italian journalist Emiliano Fittipaldi obtained secret Vatican documents that had been stolen during the 2014 VatiLeaks scandal. One document, allegedly signed in March 1997 and addressed to high-ranking church officials, suggested that the Vatican had spent over 483 million lire, or approximately 200.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here in WWE.
Come on, Cole. That's what the Bloodline has always been about. Just because this version of the crew is unapologetic about that fact doesn't make it any less the case. Yes, the Bloodline is cold-blooded, and that's what makes Solo Sikoa lining it up.
He's covering him. He's got him.
He comes to the rescue for his team.
Died at the age of 29 in 1997.
Wyatt's got the claw hooked. It's hooked in deep. Feeling like it's over for Sikoa.
Vatican and Italian authorities have dismissed these documents as forgeries, yet they have still added
That's in the corner. Thinking of the next move.
Case.
Tonga Low reverses and looks to capitalize.
Going after the ankle here. No, an ankle breaker. Simple but effective leg drop.
Hogan can taste it now.
Setting it up. Brain buster. 2 breaks the close count. How? Never.
Guys, you should really watch out. This could spill over here in an instant.
2 count. No, stops the count at 2.
This is no time to hesitate. You can feel the end coming.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. That's got to be the end of the cover.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team up. Alistair Black. Bray Wyatt.
The question that Emanuela was coerced away by the Banda della Maliana through the fake Avon Products job offer was led away in that green BMW. After that, it seems that Giulio Ganji
Alright guys, we're gonna call it there, but I've got to go eat and whatnot, but may be back a bit later on.
Before he could actually track down the actual perpetrators. That's of course just a